is what's going on. What's wrong? How long has it been since you've seen the sun? Made a joke or said a pun, or even made fun of me. You used to make me think that you wanted me. It's so sad to me, how can I mend you now? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flying is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch. But I don't care, I'll meet you anywhere. So meet me. Rest of what I wanna know, I can't ask. No things stuck in the past that you maybe should have asked about the last time we spoke about pastimes. Like, are you lonely tonight, or were you only lonely that time? Because time won't be the end of another line. Even if this is the end, are you my love or my friend tonight? 1 year, yes, one more by. A little less of my time thinking, a little more of my time high. And I wonder why life hangs you out to dry. So I think I might go by, hang my feet from the east side. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We know flight is not right, but you might for what you did. Hang your feet from the east side of the bridge. I know they're near there or here, they're taking my ditch. But I don't care, I'll meet you anywhere. Meet me on the east side of the bridge. We'll let the sunrise be both of our alibis. So meet me. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth. It lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in. So I'll never stop loving, because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art. So show me an open mind, and I will hold you in my arms. So you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? Can't you feel my heart beat faster for you? stand stressed and looking at a mess from the corner by my bedroom door. I never want to see her anymore. And now I know nothing could ever be what I thought it could be before. But my eyes keep slipping towards the door. You slip away and out from under my soul implore. 'Cause I have run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. I think less than I should about the mess that I left on my bedroom floor. But after all, she had to be ignored. You slip away and out from under my soul employed. 'Cause I have run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. And I want to see her ever again no more. Yeah, yeah. And I want to see her ever again no more. It's my pleasure, but baby, no more. Oh, because I've run out of you time, and I will no longer lend you any of mine. As a man I'd planned to enjoy your curving line, but the sand in your hourglass has become too fine. Yeah, the river of our love has run dry. It's dark and cold and empty as you're right. And as I arrive outside your lonely door, you realize the time ain't on our side no more. It's just about time. Oh, 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 oh. You feel it a bit unfair. There's no one there to look after you. Your disciples are scared, but they will all come back to you. Yeah, they will all come back to you. But nobody there means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to Was Jesus Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared? And wait for impending disaster. Oh, does anything care? Oh, they write in sorrow as to world's crumbling down and down and down. No beats, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. We should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. Alley Road, the neon glow and the open sign. You can in any time.
Boys and girls, welcome to the studio. I'm Cole. This is Cole Valley TV. I will be playing some Shipbreaker here. And we're going to be watching William F. Buckley Jr. and his apparently very long-running debate / interview show, Royalty Free Felix. And he talks to some really cool people, and he argues with some really cool people, and he's sort of douchey and debonair. I really like this dude, so we're going to keep checking out his shit, busting down some shit, and I hope you guys enjoy it. And I really appreciate you all stopping by. Much love to you, and Larry, and I'll be checking you guys out later when I'm at the gym. So I'm going to stick around until about 7 Eastern Time, and see what we go from here.
Nominated vice president.
And you know what Agnew's real name is? Anagnostopoulos.
Publish in order to love people.
Well, then, why don't we just unite with the Russians and dance around? I mean,
Well,
I mean,
you see,
you want to protect...
Yeah,
You know what my mother calls Humphrey?
I don't know.
Flat-faced floogie with the Floyd.
I gather. I'm surprised he wasn't nominated vice president.
And you know what Agnew's real name is? Anagnostopoulos, which means the son of the reader. And in Messenia, in ancient Greece, the Turks had taken over ancient Greece, Messenia.
Yeah.
And they said, don't read, you're censored. And his father read all the books, the Bible and everything.
And said
that's a
someday
very
you'll become
proud
vice
name.
president.
Huh?
I said someday you'll become vice president.
Aye.
The reason that
And
I
my
think all this
father,
is
my mother, and
interesting-
my sister and I have always voted up with him. Always. We voted for Hoover.
Have you no ambition?
I was 6 years old voting for Hoover. Kicking autumn leaves around the gutters.
Well, see, the only thing that the type of police state oppression forces on us is the next convention we're going to have to take 10,000 of us and run naked through the streets smeared with strawberry preserves or something. I mean,
Maybe I can lick you.
my wife, maybe. No, but I mean, I say, they force you into an incredible position in the world when you want to protest or you want to make your voice known in a benevolent way, and yet at the same time you're pushed and clubbed, and
You make yourself famous by protest.
that's not who does, not me. No, why? Make myself famous by singing smut.
I made myself famous by writing songs and lyrics about the beauty of the things that I did and the ugliness too.
You're a
But
great
you make
poet,
yourself
I will
famous
admit.
by saying, down with this, down with that,
No.
throw eggs at this, throw eggs at that.
I
Take
hope
it
not.
with you.
That's not what I want.
I cannot use your abuse, you may have it back.
Okay, you're a great poet, and we admire you. In fact, it's your fault that we're...
Now, Mr. Yablonsky, in your book, you list what you call the psychedelic creed, and I take it that these are articles of faith to which most hippies would adhere. And I think it would be interesting to check them out with Mr. Sanders and Mr. Kerouac. For instance, you say that the hippie movement is a spontaneous evolution. It is not a heavy worked-out plan, right? Most people agree with that.
I would say that those creeds are kind of summarizations based on several hundred interviews with people on the scene
Right.
and what they say. It's not especially
Yeah,
what I
know,
say.
I know. Yeah, it wasn't handed out in some tablet, but you infer
Right.
it. Yeah, okay. Now, then you say, drugs are a key to the God in men. Drugs are sacraments for a greater knowledge of the universe. Drugs are a vehicle to a cosmic consciousness. Is there considerable consensus on this point?
Well, a lot of people in the movement do take the position that the way that every man is a god, and it's a very individualistic kind of a movement. Each individual should be free, in quotes, to do his own thing, whatever that may be. It's rather anarchistic, actually, and I think here are the seeds of its failure.
How are standards arrived at in hippie culture on the basis of which one decides whether somebody's thing is insufferable?
Well, I just want to finish this, and then I saw someone assaulting someone at a commune up in Northern California, and I started to intervene, and several people rather gently said, "Well, he's just going through his violence bag. Let him do his own thing." And I said, "Well, what if he kills him?" And their position was everyone should be free to do their own number. I don't share this view, but this is part of the
Do you endorse that particular impulse?
Well, I've seen a lot of communes, and I've never seen a commune that really tolerated violence. I think that's one of the chief characteristics of a community of free people, that they're there to get away from violence. And when there's like drug-induced violence or other types of violence, it's generally, in my view, in my experience, it's generally quelled.
You mean kibbutzes?
Well, that's one part of it.
Every
commune.
every commune I went to, I saw some degree of violence and anarchy and chaos, and they would tell me that about another one, and I went to around 4, and the last one was I was way back in the hills, and I was rather frightened because there was a rather high degree of violence. There were a lot of people freaked out on drugs. It was a rather chaotic scene.
And how do the victims of this violence characteristically react?
Ouch.
Hurt?
like most people do.
But they have no mechanism to which to appeal, correct?
Right. This was one of the few times in my life I wish there were police around.
There goes the black flag of anarchy.
Well, would you say that their leaders are, quote, spontaneous, they're not pushy leaders who are self-appointed, they're selected by hippie constituents because they are, quote, spiritual centers? How are they selected, and what authority, once selected, do they have?
Well, the theme, the philosophical theme would be that certain individuals are purer, more loving, more tuned in to nature and other people than others, and that people seek them out as
Well, what authority do they have?
They deny having any and claim to have no power.
So that a victim in one of these situations would get nowhere by addressing his complaints to the, quote, leader, because the leader would have no authority to address those grievances.
Well, there's no tight organization.
Are we talking about reality or not? I mean, I've never seen such a situation where he's talking about
He's been
remote
before
communes.
He's written a book
Well,
about
he's written,
it. He's
yeah,
observed
indeed.
it with
But
his
he's
own
talking
eyes,
about say a desert commune or a commune that's isolated from the fabric of the police fabric. Now, I'm familiar with the communes in New York City, for instance, where you're constantly reacting and relating to the so-called other world, you know, with it, and you're really you're really never without police protection. You know, everybody usually have a phone or something.
Well, up in Big Sur,
Yeah,
and places like that, people
The point is that
wiped out.
there's no. You see, I think we're emphasizing violence, and it
all
doesn't
right?
have
Is
to
it all
be.
right for-
Sit. I was at Big Sur.
When were you there, Jay?
Oh, get off of it. I lived
You
with
there
a
lately?
I lived with a mule up there.
Well, is it okay for a hippie to call the police when he needs help, or is that
course.
considered anti-something?
Sure, you got some snuffer gonna get you. You say you call the police. Of course, why not? I mean, you know, you're attaching all these theoretical tags. That's the problem with using the word hippie, in that it's a tag. You know, you can't say they're anarchistic to the degree they all have middle class equipment. A lot of them, and they can plug right back in. You know, it's easy. Gee, let's see. You know, police. Yeah, right. You dial. You know, I mean. You know, 911.
Isn't one of the goals of a lot of people on the scene to turn off all middle class values and to tune into some other sense of reality?
Nixon was the middleman. Man for the middleman, and Agnew.
You know, I think the Leary's, you know, what we're really involved in is what the definition of the word drop out, you know, and I think that the thinking quote hippies are involved in a new interpretation of what dropping out means. It really, you know, like you naturally retain some connections with, say, the police and the hospital and the fire department.
But
and
isn't
the
this a
legal
negative
aid and the medicals and
retention? You know, the things your parents laid on you.
I'm glad they laid hospitals on me. I mean, you know, it's like.
Hey, Ed? Huh? You hear me, Ed? I was arrested 2 weeks ago, and the arresting policeman said, "I'm arresting you for decay." What the devil was that?
I assume he was able to prove it.
This may be the start of a new movement.
Decayists?
He said decay.
All right, we have a question here on the floor.
I'm interested in what kind of a future you see for the hippie movement.
Well, I think a lot depends on American society. If it becomes more open and less plastic, more loving, and a lot of the rigidified institutions that have developed, like a lot of our family, whatever, if things begin to change, there won't be any need for people to react in a rather extreme form, looking for love. It will be found in the regular social system, and in that case, it'll disappear, or it may grow if things become more rigidified, or if Nixon gets elected.
I'd like to comment on that and reply that it may very well grow to the extent that we all encourage intellectual irresponsibility and personal irresponsibility. It may very well be that the psychologists are correct who say that precisely what has encouraged the hippie movement to become irresponsible is a complete lack of leadership. And maybe that when we start writing books about them, we ought even to muster up the courage to say certain things they do, they ought not to be permitted to do. Yes, question over there.
Would any of you regard the hippie movement not only as a reflection of the inadequacies of the society as a whole, but also as a manifestation of the psychological inadequacies of the individual hippies themselves?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think there's such freedom within the framework of the movement that people that society would classify as, in quote, psychotic are allowed to do their thing, and they live and eat, and they're taken care of by others and appreciated. In fact, to a great extent, I think that this is one of the interesting facets of the hippie movement, that there's a humane approach to people who society would label in some extreme fashion. And so there are a lot of young people who are who don't make it through the usual channels, who find a life for themselves in the hippie scene.
But the question itself poses a methodological challenge, doesn't it? Because it's hard to establish by mutually agreed on means what normalcy consists in, right?
Right.
I mean, maybe Mr. Sanders is normal for all we know.
Maybe I am too.
Well, if people get nude, as Ed described, and put strawberry jam on, I think he said strawberry, and run through the streets, as you know, if hundreds,
scatological
if
there,
hundreds
Sanders.
do this, it's kind of a movement. If one guy does it, he'll get arrested in a moment.
Yeah.
Well, unless he gets some followers.
Yeah. Of course, it's all very
Why do
well
you want
to imitate,
followers?
St. Francis, all one has to do is be like him, which is another talent. Did you want to comment on that, Mr. Kerouac? Sorry.
I was asking why he wants followers.
Who?
Him.
Mr. Sanders?
Abramowitz, or what his name is.
Don't be anti-Semitic with me. I happen to be Jewish.
That's
My
the
name is
classic answer,
Jablonski.
isn't it?
What is the classic answer?
Call you by your name.
Well, why'd you call me Abramowitz?
Well, what is it?
Jablonski.
Oh, Yablonsky. Well, that's it.
Hey, you didn't mean to be rude, did you, Mr. Kerouac? Come on now.
No. I thought I
So we
forgot his
apologize.
name.
Now, did you want an answer to that question?
Which question?
Well, the question, obviously not. So we
Yes,
have a lady
I'll
over
answer the
here.
question over there about the methodological.
It's about emotional paraplegics. Is what
No, what was the question you want
Let's
me to
get
ask?
another one.
Okay. This lady's been waiting.
I
right
can
for-
answer that one, too.
Yeah.
I can answer any question.
Here's one for you. Now, wait a minute.
As far as the hippies and the people who live in the communes and those who work in the bands, do they plan on making it a lifetime occupation? Like, are they just going to sit down and watch the world go by? Because they don't
Well,
really do anything.
That's not what they're doing. Well, everybody sits down and part of their time and watches the world goes by.
But the people who live in communes, what are they doing? Are they adding
They're
anything
living.
good to the...
It's called. It's like there are certain religious movements, like the Brethren or the Quakers, who don't believe in proselytizing, but live by example. And you'll never get any queries from the Church of the Brethren to join their belief, but at the same time they try to live an exemplary life, and that's probably the main motivation behind a commune life. You know, rather than say, come here and join us, they would show an example and hopefully accrue.
Do you plan to be a thug when you're 50?
I'm 50.
Yeah.
I'm 50. I plan to be an emotional paraplegic smoking peace herbs.
Neurasthenic psychotics.
You know.
Do you think that would be an improvement, Mr. Kerouac?
No, I'm just kidding. You said psychotic when you said
I think that's a good
neurasthenic.
point. How about this youth business? Why should this particular impulse evanesce? Why, when you get to be around 30 or 35, you think, oh, I'm going to put my youth behind me and go to work for the First National Bank?
Well, a lot of the young people who are in this movement, they look up and they see their 50-year-old father who did everything, has all the goodies, 2.8 cars and 3 houses and whatever, and he's kind of miserable and he's not communicating with his wife and whatever, and they say, well, if I go to the right schools and do all these things, this is what's going to happen to me. Well, I'm going to try something else. And I think this is the hippie movement is partly this, kind of a social experiment.
Partly a social experiment that understands the likelihood of its own futility. Put it this way, will anybody be thinking about the hippies 10 years from now other than in the sort of a hula skirt sense? Just something that happened?
Well, no. By then, the hippies will be in the command generation, and all the pot-smoking law students and all the young legislators who are introducing legalization of pot bills, and all the young professionals who are, quote, turned on and articulate and who are aware of Mr. Kerouac, Mr. Ginsburg's great contribution to American civilization.
I'm not connected with Ginsburg. In other words, you put my name next to his.
Okay, Mr. Kerouac's contribution to American civilization. Those people will be, quote, the command generation and hopefully retain some of the humane attributes.
command generation.
Well,
Heil
that's what
Hitler.
they're going to be. That's what Time magazine calls it. I don't call it.
Anyway,
Cutter 9346-52. Your designated sleep period is now over. Have a great day.
Funding for Firing Line is provided by this station and other public television stations. The Mobil Corporation, Dow Chemical Company, John M. Olin Foundation, Incorporated, Laurel Foundation, Sunstrand Corporation, and the Friends of Firing Line.
It is always exciting when Thomas Sowell produces a new book, which means we live in exciting times, since he tends to do this quite often, 3 times in 1981, for instance. The Economics and Politics of Race, subtitled An International Perspective, asks most of the questions we are all asking ourselves about race and progress and politics. What sets Professor Sowell apart from many of his colleagues is that he sets down exactly what his researches indicate without any attempt to conform to fashionable political notions. Thomas Sowell was born in North Carolina, and as a boy moved to New York. From high school in Harlem, he went to Harvard, where he took his first degree in economics. His second he took in Columbia, and his PhD at the University of Chicago. He went on to teach at UCLA, at Amherst, at Cornell, and since 1980 has resided as a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, where during this period he has worked assiduously. His last 3 books were called Markets and Minorities, Ethnic America, and Pink and Brown People. Our examiner today is Professor Robert Cashman of Lehman College, about whom more in due course. I'd like to begin by asking Professor Sowell if he would tell us about shifting IQs and the relevance of this discovery.
Well, the controversy, of course, is over whether IQs are inherited or a result of the environment. And over time, IQs do shift. That is, as of the time of World War I, for example, the Jewish IQs were below the national average. And in fact, Carl Brigham, who was the author of the College Board SAT, said that this disproved the popular notion that the Jews were highly intelligent. As it turned out, he was somewhat premature, and a decade later, the Jews had higher than average IQs. In Japan, the average IQ has risen 7 points in the past generation. There's also data on black orphans raised by white families. Their average IQ is 106. So that the IQs are not set in concrete by any means.
Compared to what?
The national average of 100.
I see.
And compared to an average IQ of 85 for black children as a whole. So they're not set in concrete, but neither are they irrelevant, because they measure skills that are very important in terms of mathematics, science, and many other intellectual areas. So they're not irrelevant, but neither are they set in concrete.
Let me read a sentence from your book, which I think at least grabbed this reader instantly. When you wrote, "The real question is what confluence of circumstances produce the fortunate conditions that a relatively small part of the human species enjoys today, to what extent can these peculiar combinations of historical circumstances be analyzed, recreated, or grafted onto other societies? Now, you tell us that Jews came here and their IQ was at this level, and just a little bit later it rose to this level. This was the impact of America, right, on something you call human capital. Describe that, would you?
Well, the human capital is simply the whole range of skills, traits, discipline, even physical health that enable people to produce more than other people.
Inherited or learned, or both?
I guess it would have to be mostly learned, but I think, but almost inherited in the sense that every generation raises the next generation. And so it's virtually the same as if it were inherited for most people. Very few people are in situations such as black orphans raised in white families. That happens very rarely.
Well, Professor Vandenhag quotes a study of zygotic twins in which one twin was raised in poor, austere circumstances, another in affluent circumstances, one made to go to school, one not made to go to school, but they ended up, roughly speaking, with the same IQ. This would not be the same as your research has indicated, would it?
Yeah, I don't know which study he's talking about, but I've looked at some of those twin studies, and unfortunately, some of those studies don't refer to twins that were raised in very different circumstances. In fact, in some cases, they were raised in the same town by different relatives. There's a whole controversial literature on those twins, so I would have to know which studies he was talking about.
Well, to get back to the business of the accumulation of human capital is largely passive?
No. I think it's not necessarily a matter of individual merit in the sense that if you're born into a culture and into a family where there are certain values, and particularly if there are families that really insist upon those values, where it's not a matter of doing your own thing, then you will grow up with those values and you will have whatever the benefits happen to come along with those values.
You once told me that in your early days at Harvard, you had a very dramatic personal travail. You were either going to make it or not going to make it.
Yes.
And you shut yourself up and made yourself make it.
Yes.
In the absence of which, you would have been very different today from an esteemed
absolutely.
scholar. Now, what was it that gave you that strength? Was it something that you generated? Was it self-generating, or was it something that a resource that you inherited, or something that came in through the capillaries of the people who surrounded you at Harvard?
Oh, I suspect that by the time I got there, I was fairly well formed. I was 25 years old as a sophomore transfer student. It's hard to know. There were all those factors there if I were to look back, and I'm not sure that I'd be the person with the objectivity to say. Certainly having been through adversity before was some help, because I can remember a number of times in life when I faced tough things and I said, for God's sakes, I spent two months at Paris Island.
What else is tough?
Yes, so you can't overcome that. I can remember once when I was dying to be a baseball player and I injured my right shoulder and I became left-handed for 2 years. So those things you draw upon later on. I think many people in trying to insulate young people from adversity, insulate them from the things that give them strength.
Okay, well now let's move on to the political implications of some of these points. One of them is a continuing war by you against the notion that affirmative action helps people, right?
Yes, but it's more than that. It's really a re-examination of the whole set of underlying assumptions, not only behind this program, but about social thinking in general. One of the things I wanted to deal with in this book, and the reason it's an international perspective, is whether or not a group is in fact formed by the society around it, or whether in fact the group has its own pattern, which follows it wherever it goes. Many people who criticized some of my earlier writings said that I arbitrarily attributed to groups characteristics that were really a function of the world they lived in the United States. And so I then looked at groups in other countries, the Germans in Brazil and Australia and Russia, the Chinese and Indonesia in the United States, other countries, to see, do they in fact have their own pattern, or are they simply reflecting what's happened to them in that particular country? And what I found by and large was that they had their own pattern. that the Germans in Australia specialize in very much the same kinds of occupations and industries with the same kinds of skills, with the same kinds of, quote, stereotypes, unquote, about them as to their frugality, their hard working, their thoroughness, their honesty, law-abiding, etc., that you find in the United States.
Well, but doesn't that contend a little bit with your notion that the culture is something you go piggyback on, for instance, when the Jews rose in their general level of IQ? Or is it a combination of bringing your own folkways, mores with you, but also getting on that which is dynamic in the culture you visit?
It's obviously both, as most things are in social causation. But many people came in when the Jews came in, and faced, for example, with the free public libraries, the free colleges of New York City, and so on. Many of these other groups never went near those things, or very seldom. Whereas the Jews, having a history in which learning had a certain place that it did not have in other cultures, it was like a gold mine to them. And the minute they saw all of this, they seized upon it. At one time, not only were the Jews a majority in CCNY, they were 20% of the students at Fordham University, which is Catholic.
So that what you're saying is that there was something that catapulted them towards taking advantage of something that our culture provided.
Oh, absolutely.
Therefore, that permitted the ascendancy of their IQ.
Oh, yes.
Which would not have been the case if they had found themselves, say, in Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, in Israel, I understand that the Sephardic Jews, who have been in the Arab countries for centuries, have lower IQs than the Ashkenazic Jews who have been in Europe and the United States for centuries. So clearly the society has its impact. But it's also true that there are people facing exactly the same situation. For example, youngsters sitting side by side in the same classroom from different groups, living in the same neighborhood, and yet the IQ differences that you'll see will be as large as those among blacks and whites going to school on the opposite sides of town in Mississippi in the Jim Crow era.
Well, now, Ms. Soul, the scare word in any discussion of race is, of course, the word genetic.
Yes.
Because too often people are delighted to affirm genetic differences, which allow for superior and inferior races and so on and so forth. Now, how, in fact, is one to distinguish between that which is genetic and that which is so impacted culturally that it might almost have that effect? You speak about the Ashkenazi Jews and the Sephardic Jews, and continuing differentials notwithstanding that the melting pot in Israel is now 40 years old. How do you account for that? And do you run the danger of the word genetic being used metaphorically to mean also hard cultural insisted inclinations?
I guess that my emphasis would of course be on the cultural. The Sephardic Jews, for example, who came to the United States and did not have these centuries in the Arab countries, are not at any disadvantage vis-a-vis Ashkenazic Jews in the United States. I think that's probably true in places like Brazil or Curacao as well. So it would be cultural primarily, at least in my judgment. Now, there are those who would attribute it to genetics. I had an argument with someone like that last week. The great problem is these things go so much together that taking the black population of the Western Hemisphere, those blacks who have a higher percentage of white ancestry have had enormous social advantages historically. In the United States, when there was slavery, the overwhelming bulk of the slaves were black, but 37% of the free blacks were in fact mulattoes, which is in the American definition, half white or more. In Latin America, there are countries in which more than half of all the free blacks were in fact mulattoes, and in which the great majority of the slaves were black.
And advantages inured to them? Advantages inured to
Oh,
them?
absolutely, enormously. Well, freedom alone would be one big advantage. But even under slavery itself, there were distinctions made between the mulattoes and the blacks. The mulattoes being very often the offspring either of the slave owner or of the overseer, and therefore getting preferential treatment. And so throughout the Western Hemisphere, those people who have higher white ancestry among the black population have been economically, educationally, and otherwise more advanced. And in times past, it was quite common for them to attribute their success to genetics, when in fact they were fairly blatant historical differences. But the question is, how would you then separate out the two things, since they always occur together?
So that when when Huey Newton went to Cuba and ended up complaining that all the privates were black and all the non-coms were mulattoes and all the generals were white, he was really making your point.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm amazed with all the way that the American performance in the Caribbean has been put under a microscope, that no one has noticed that those Cuban soldiers being brought back are black.
Yeah, right.
And those Cubans who are running the country are white, and the Cubans who are appearing on television defending their country are likewise white.
Well, now, I think people read your book incorrectly who come to the following conclusion, but let me, in any event, state the conclusions they come to. Namely, that you oppose efforts, political efforts, to give equal opportunity, which in fact you do not, correct?
Yes.
What you oppose, as I understand it, and as your book very plainly states, is any preferential treatment that disguises objective standards. Is that correct?
Yes, and particularly since the net effect of the preferential treatment, which is preferential in intention more so than in results, is that those blacks who are particularly disadvantaged have fallen further behind under these policies, that such policies have typically benefited those blacks who were well off, who became better off. And this is true also in other countries. In India, there's a program in Bombay, and someone who wrote about this commented that this program is for the benefit of the clerks, not the coolies. But that's been true in general, and that's what's true in the United States. It is not the coolies that benefit, it's the clerks that benefit, who then aspire to higher occupations. For example, blacks who have relatively less work experience, lower levels of education, black female-headed families, all these groups have fallen further behind during a decade or more of affirmative action. Black female-headed families have had an absolute decline in real income over this span and have fallen further behind white female-headed families. At the same time, black couples who are both college educated earn higher incomes than white couples who are both college educated. So that this whole program makes it, provides incentives to hire blacks who are safe. Therefore, one will make some effort towards one's quota, but one will not take in people who might not progress enough for their promotions and discharge patterns to satisfy the government. So you make it risky to hire average blacks and more desirable to hire blacks who have not privileges, but advantages.
Well, now, do you ascribe to the programs of the past 10 years that polarization? Because if so, how does that account for the apparent correlation between those families, those black families that do not do well, and the vastly increased number of one-parent black families?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, during the past 10 years, we've had affirmative action.
Mm-hmm.
We have also had we've also had a rise of between 21 to 37% of families, black families, that have a single parent.
Yes.
I.e., there's been a desertion by the male, by the father.
Yes.
Now, is that a part of the welfare program, or is that entirely coincidental? And to what extent is that the socially causative factor of the phenomenon you're describing?
Well, if I limit my description just to families that are female-headed, and I compare blacks and whites, then within that comparison, I see that the blacks are falling further and further behind. Yet if I pick almost any measure of more advantaged families, I find the blacks not only catching up, but in some cases overtaking and passing the whites. And there are a number of ways you can look at it and you get the same result. And what that suggests to me is that those blacks who have the skills, the experience, the education, and so on, are finding things much, much easier than ever before, whereas those where there's a risk involved in hiring them, the people aren't going to take that risk. I've seen her explain to me very explicitly in the case of women, and I suspected they wanted me to draw the same conclusion with respect to blacks. Universities have said, people at universities have said to me, we will not hire a woman who, for assistant professor, unless we're sure she's going to make an associate professor, because the cost of legal processes in case she doesn't is so high. I remember telling this to a woman who was a full professor to see what response I would get.
A black woman?
Black woman. And her response was, yes, that's the way I hire, because I also have no time to waste at the EOC and in the courtroom.
So therefore, they don't get the same running chance.
That's
white
right.
Students, the white,
if you're going to hire someone
scholars
mediocre, the employers are safer hiring mediocre whites who can be thrown out if they don't work out without any repercussions.
Okay, now let me ask you this. why, when we see on television and when we read the writings of the overwhelming number of acknowledged black leaders, is there no more thoughtful, is no thoughtful attention given to such analyses as your own? Is it because they are simply wedded to the notion that there is a political solution, or is it because victimization is the easiest way for them to account for their plight? What is the dominant reason?
Both of them. Because clearly if there is no political solution, then what use are political leaders? People often emphasize to me the enormous importance of leadership for any ethnic group to get ahead. And my response is often, name me 3 Japanese American leaders. And no one has yet been able to do it. But so leadership itself, if you have the vision that I have, then leadership itself becomes much less important. And for a leader to say that leadership isn't important is like, you know, a Cadillac saying it doesn't matter what car you buy.
Well, all right, suppose we take the word leadership away from the political context. Gandhi was both. Martin Luther King was both. Now, he had political objectives, no question about that. But having achieved those political objectives on the basis of what you know about Martin Luther King, would he now be saying the same kind of thing that the Ben Hooks and others are saying, or would he be saying the kind of thing you're saying?
Oh, it's impossible to know, obviously. Certainly, I think it's painful for me to hear Ben Hooks mentioned in the same breath with Martin Luther King. But I think that the black leadership that is currently being so much criticized, I haven't joined in that for one reason, that I think that the declining quality of that leadership is a symptom rather than a cause. That is, if we were in a situation where there were dire and important problems to be dealt with in the civil rights area, that would attract the brightest and the best of the rising generation of blacks, and you would have a lot better people running these organizations than Ben Hooks and Margaret Bush Wilson. But I don't think that they are the problem. They are a symptom of the problem. I'm not sure I answered your question.
Well, let me put it another way. About 2 years ago, Jesse Jackson made a lot of headlines by saying, look, my people are very good at baseball and basketball. I don't see why they shouldn't be very good at math. And then he lectured them about the necessity to spend hours on homework rather than hours on television and so forth. He sounded very much like certain passages in your own book about self-training. Now, he was, when he said that, something of a leader.
Yes.
But you're insisting on a rather narrow meaning for the word leader. It's got to be sort of an office seeker.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Isn't he, you are a leader without being an office seeker. In the same sense that Freud was a leader, Darwin was a leader, a man of great influence.
Well, I thank you for the compliment. I'm not sure how much I can endorse the accuracy of it, but that's for other people. Yes, that was a very statesmanlike thing to say. However, again, my study of other countries suggests that is not what people want to hear. There was a politician in the Philippines in the 30s who pointed out that if the Filipinos were angry at the Chinese, who were dominant throughout the economy, even though they were a minority, and wanted to take over their positions, they would have to work the way the Chinese work. As hard as they work, save as hard, live as frugally, etc., etc. A storm of indignation fell upon this poor man, and no one else wanted to be in his position again. From there on out, people referred to the dominance of the Chinese as showing exploitation, because that really is much easier to deal with politically. So the political incentives are really towards saying what people want to hear. And even if you're not an office seeker, if you want to reach a particular audience, you try to reach them with things that they will listen to rather than things they won't listen to. And it's very tough. It's a much longer process to get people to hear the other kind of message.
And that
Jesse Jackson isn't saying that quite as much now as he was.
That's right, he's not.
And particularly now that he's running for office.
That's right. Hobgoblinization works better.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, now, George Gilder points to the study recently released by whatever foundation it was, showing this dramatic rise in single-parent black families, and also their failure during the past 10 years to keep pace with white families, and on the contrary, how black families with two parents have done it so well.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, the sole thesis. But he blames welfare for this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you blame welfare so much for that? I don't. How does welfare cause a black father to desert his family?
Well, part of it is desertion, but part of it is that the family never existed in the first place. When you're talking about teenage girls who get pregnant, and and never had a man in the house, well, not living, you see, there's not even a question of desertion.
Well, but when the figures rise as dramatically as they have done by 15 percentage points, what is it that's happening now that wasn't happening then? Just plain more sex, more teenage sex?
Yes, and that's happening, I think, in the society at large, part of the general degeneration of standards in American society.
Well, would a corollary of your proposition that the more we engage in affirmative action, the less we succeed, be that the more we teach sex education, the less we learn?
Oh, absolutely. That what is amazing to me is how many propositions there are that are sacred without a speck of evidence and in utter defiance of all evidence. That sex education was promoted on the grounds that this will reduce illegitimacy, teenage pregnancy, which I think is more important than the legal status of the children, and it would also reduce venereal disease. And of course, it was instituted, and teenage pregnancy and venereal disease have shot up through the roof. I have seen practically no one say, let us reconsider this. We have become wedded to certain non-empirical propositions that no matter what happens, these doctrines are so, and they're not to be questioned.
So that if we don't succeed with affirmative action, we need more affirmative action.
I was told that this very morning. I pointed, it reminded me of the alcoholic who wakes up with a hangover and figures he has to have a drink to get over this. Yes, there's a tremendous range of these things, not only in the racial area, but throughout the whole social thinking today.
Well, now, do you find that political activism, which you did not deplore in respect of getting rid of Jim Crow,
yes,
political activism of the kind that we see today, you find an inverse relationship between people who engage in politics and people who economically achieve, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Because there's a dissipation of effort, or because you end up concentrating on the wrong things?
Well, historically, those groups that have had alternative methods of rising have chosen those methods. The Chinese in Southeast Asia are, again, a classic example of this. They have avoided politics like the plague, and they have come in usually poor and gone out usually prosperous. In the United States, Germans in colonial America were actually fined because they would refuse to serve in offices to which they had been elected or appointed. Jews in most countries, even when they've been allowed to enter the political process, have done so very late in the game, usually long after they have risen to prosperity by some alternative means. It makes perfect sense in terms of your options. That clearly, if you can do one thing well, you don't want to do the other thing. But if there's not the entrepreneurship there, there's not the capital there, then of course this is a very lucrative thing.
Is it a matter of the urge of energy devoted, or is it simply a matter of the kind of understanding stimulated? Surely if somebody spends 2 hours a day in political activism, he's not castrating himself as an effective economic human being, right? It's only if he gets to think politically about his economic situation that there's that ultimate self-destruction, isn't it?
Except that if he's going to spend 2 hours a day in politics, he's going to have a pretty strong orientation in that field. People don't spend 2 hours a day doing anything unless that's something that they're oriented towards.
So they're going to politicize their job and politicize their relationship with their employers and so on and so forth.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Now, you mentioned in your book that perhaps the best example of the relevance of human capital is the rebuilding of Japan and Germany after the war, right?
Yes.
Your point being that there they were, defeated countries with no capital, with no credit.
No physical capital.
No physical capital, and no credit.
Yes.
And here they are.
That's right. That well, John Stuart. This is not a new thing. Although we talk about the German miracle and Japanese miracle, John Stuart Mill in the middle of the 19th century pointed out that countries do often have almost miraculous recoveries from devastations of war. He argued that the physical capital is going to wear out anyway, and it's going to have to be replaced anyway. And what really matters is, do they have the human capital to replace the physical capital? Conversely, you may have all sorts of transfer programs in which vast amounts of physical capital change hands, either because of foreign aid programs or because of confiscations, nationalizations of foreign enterprises, and so forth. And yet, if the people who acquire this capital don't have the human capital to maintain it and reproduce it, it's only a matter of time before it begins to rust, to wear out, need spare parts, etc. And you've had a one-shot confiscation, but it really hasn't done anything in the long run.
Is there kind of a natural entropy that whittles away at human capital, or are you satisfied that it can be self-generating, as for instance seems to be in Switzerland, doesn't it?
Yes, there is a tendency of this human capital to sort of be like water seeking its own level. That is, in a country where there's a great deal of a certain kind of skill, that skill will not be as productive as in some other countries where it's scarce. And so you, for example, find the British developing the steel industry and the railroads, and then they'll move to Germany to build steel industries and railroads in Germany, and even to man them in the early stage, because there were no qualified Germans, if you can use those kinds of terms these days. But then at some point, the Germans began to do this for themselves, and then they began to move into Latin America, and much of the industrialization of the southern part of Brazil is in fact by Germans, not by Portuguese. And much of the industrialization of Russia was by people who were not Russian. They were Germans, they were English, they were Jews, they were all sorts of other groups, almost anything other than Russian. Japan is another example of where once they were exposed to the Western technology, they seized upon it and then sort of took the ball and ran with it themselves. There are other cases where the stuff comes in and it sits there, and the people around them don't seize upon it. And again, these are areas where I would like to know the answers, but at this point, I'm happy just to be able to ask the questions, because those questions have been ignored so much.
Which is why you question the kind of lazy formulation of foreign aid, right?
Oh, yes. That there you're simply transferring the wealth that has already been created, but you're not transferring the ability to create that wealth.
What about if you transfer expertise?
Oh, that's easier said than done as well. But I think that the expertise, if there is a fertile soil for it, of course that can happen. Too often in foreign aid, you're rewarding people for doing all the wrong things. That is, you're willing to lavish foreign aid on Tanzania because they have bungled so many things and people are on the edge of starvation. You are not willing to send foreign aid to the Ivory Coast because they've done things that worked out. And so you're subsidizing irresponsibility. But I've discovered the very same thing a decade ago in looking at programs for minority students in the United States. It's a certain mindset that you see in every area, that you want to give help to those who need it most. And often what that means is not someone who was more disadvantaged at the outset, but someone who was more irresponsible in dealing with a situation.
So that on the whole, if you're looking for productivity, you would tend to concentrate on those nations or those individuals who were closest to making it already,
yes,
and needed just that little marginal help.
Yes. But the other thing that happens too with foreign aid is that you subsidize counterproductive policies. It becomes easier then for people to oppress those minorities in their countries who have the entrepreneurship. And even in very poor countries, there are often groups who do have this entrepreneurship, either part of the majority of the society, or particular groups like the Chinese, the East Indians in East Africa, the Igbos in Nigeria, the Lebanese in a number of countries. And what the political leaders can do is repress, and in some cases engage in mass expulsions of those people who have all the skills that are needed in the country. And then foreign aid will come in and rescue them from the consequences of having done that.
As in Uganda?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
So what would have been sensible there would presumably have been to have back a government that would welcome back those Indians.
Oh, yes. The boat people are a classic example, that most of the boat people were Chinese. And the reason they couldn't find a home was precisely because they were Chinese and were so hated. You see, I mentioned earlier that the skills tend to flow to where they're scarce. But what that means is that there'll be a greater differential between the majority of the people and those who have these scarce skills. And therefore, those people who are most needed will be most hated.
Most hated?
Yes.
Yeah. Ms. Soul, our examiner is well known to regular viewers of this program. He is as distinguished as a left-wing economist can hope to become. Professor Robert Cashman teaches at Lehman College. He is at the University of New York, he is the author of a number of books, including Greed is Not Enough. Presumably we need greed and a strong defense, right, Bob? Mr. Cashman.
I will treat the subject earnestly, Mr. Buckley.
Dr. Sal, we are, it is true, both economists, horrid creatures, as John Maynard Keynes called us, but necessary for a while. What I'd like to explore at the beginning with you is the relationship between markets and politics. I was struck in reading your book with the very, very strong view that you take that politics broadly are ineffective in altering the condition of any given group, and markets are very powerful.
No, I wouldn't. I would have to disagree with that. Politics are very ineffective in improving the position of any groups. They can be politics can be quite counterproductive for all sorts of groups.
Let me accept your correction. Take two groups who have indeed been successful for long periods, both of whom you cite, Jews and overseas Chinese. Now, as I read your account of their success, it struck me that what they were lacking was effective politics frequently. The overseas Chinese, time and time again, have been expelled, persecuted, just because they were so successful, which to my mind translates into the proposition that because they didn't organize themselves politically, they were exceptionally vulnerable to the envy and the hostility and the demagoguery, if you like, of the politicians in the assorted countries. We're talking about the Jews going back to the 15th century and earlier in Spain, who, because they were powerless politically, precisely, were unable to preserve the economic advantages which they had gained.
Or Germany.
Or what?
Or Germany would be an example.
Or Germany, certainly, yes.
Well, as I think of that, the problem is finding examples, because the groups that have succeeded as spectacularly as the Jews and the Chinese have done so staying away from politics. And so I'd have to find the counterexample.
lyrics, stories that you talk about and whatnot. It'll be fantastic.
Another example I can think of would be the Chinese, after the rise of Chinese nationalism in the early 20th century under Sun Yat-sen, where they exported this to Southeast Asia, where this Chinese nationalism was taught in the schools, where Chinese who had thought of themselves for generations as Thais and Burmese and so forth, now began to think of themselves as Chinese, even though they lived in Burma or Thailand or whatnot. And it's precisely the rise of this that rekindles the hatred against the Chinese in Southeast Asia, which then culminates in the tragedy of the boat people. So that when the Chinese belatedly were dragged into politics, in this case provoked from overseas, it blew up in their face. Something very similar happened with Germans in Brazil. Again, Germans being very apolitical. In the First World War and before, the Kaiser's government tried to make political capital out of them. They began to publish things in Brazil, promoting the Germans and so on. That also blew up in their face and led to mob riots directed against German businesses and German residential neighborhoods. So I can't believe that that more of the same would have been better.
But you know, it leaves one in a very gloomy mood, does it not? Because it does suggest that however hardworking, culturally advantaged in the sense that you've been using the term, a group happens to be, in a way, the more successful it is, the more vulnerable it becomes to severe political reprisals. I don't know exactly what the political solution is, but it does strike me that politics is unavoidable, really, if a group desires not merely to advance, as you suggest, the Irish in the 19th century in this country used politics to advance their situation, but even to preserve the advantages which market behavior.
Well, the Chinese
achieved.
haven't had to do that in America, have they?
They have not. But let me, in fact, go to a corollary of this, again on the Jewish bit. Jews have done well in this country. but they have done well within the confines, actually, of the politics and the customs of the country. It was very difficult prior to the Second World War for a Jew to become a professor of English.
Yes.
Lionel Trilling was an instructor practically for eternity at Columbia College before he was promoted. Very difficult until very recently for Jews to become doctors. Now, they did become successful in alternative ways, but in fact, the markets distorted the use of human capital that would have occurred in the presence of better political arrangements, which leads me to, finally, a point I wanted to get to on affirmative action. Nothing has separated the Jewish and the black community more in the last generation than this issue of affirmative action, which for critical Jews invariably is termed quotas rather than affirmative action.
Well, they're different.
What?
They are different.
They are different. Let me, in fact, suggest this as a hypothesis. I'd be interested in your comment. Has there not been, throughout our history, a whole set of formal, informal, affirmative actions for white males, for Episcopalians, for graduates of Ivy League colleges, pardoning your presence, Mr. Buckley, has there not, in fact,
why not him?
In clubs, I suppose, I'm not sure whether I should include myself. I went to Columbia.
Oh, yes.
What about clubs like the Century Association in this city, the Bohemian Grove, the Duquesne Club, the various clubs which are engaged in affirmative action for limited groups of their own members? In all of these clubs, important business is transacted to the benefit of the members and to the exclusion of people who are not. We've had affirmative action of all kinds in this country addressed to the interest of the stronger groups. Now, comes a moment in our history when affirmative action, for a bit, is advanced for the benefit of groups which have been traditionally at the short end of the distribution of good things in our society. And there is considerable revulsion against it. Isn't this just a bit of historical justice that's being...
I'm afraid I simply do not see the justice in making people who are badly off worse off in the name of advancing them.
Does it... Why do you say it makes them worse off?
The figures I just cited, and I could go on if there were a lot.
Now wait, that
interested
me. On page 131, I think. In fact, I'm quite sure. I just looked it up. On page 131, you contrast, as you did in your earlier conversation with Mr. Buckley, you contrast the black experience in the 1960s and the 1970s. Well, now, if I were to interpret the difference, I'd be inclined to point to certain phenomena, notably the oil shock in 1973, the second oil shock in 1979, the sharp recession in 74, 75, another recession in 79, 80. And in fact, what this suggests to me is that the gains of affirmative action are extraordinarily precarious if you run an economy at low levels of activity. That, of course, affirmative action isn't enough by itself. It would be foolish for anybody, even on my side of the issue, to argue that. But I would suggest to you that it's a bad comparison, because the 60s were a period of expansion with or without affirmative action given the presence of the 1965 Civil Rights Act, given the 1954 Brown decision, and the general climate of opinion, opportunities for minority communities and a majority community, women.
Question, Mr. Cashman?
What?
Question, please.
Well, yes, I will come to a question. It's always possible to put speeches into question form. In fact, do you really think, these considerations taken into mind, that the 70s disproves the efficacy of affirmative action?
I think that when one makes a profound change in a society, arousing enormous passions across the board, that the burden of proof should be on those who think that this is beneficial. Because I have been listening very carefully, and you have yet to hear the benefit to disadvantaged blacks that has been empirically discovered after affirmative action.
Well, how quickly do you expect the changes? You know, we're impatient as a people. In fact, as I understand one of your...
We've had dramatic changes in the other direction, Mr. Cashman. For instance,
Oh, but I attribute them to other causes, you say.
Sex.
I attribute the effects to other causes, largely to the economic disorders of the 1970s. The problems have been of long standing in our society. The remedy of affirmative action is a novel one. The University of California, when it presented an affirmative action plan, proposed to make about half a dozen women and blacks full professors in about 20 years, as I recall the program.
There were various fractions of people who would have become things in various periods of time.
Various what?
Various fractions. They would add 3.5 more women and things like that. And I was always fascinated. I had some suggestions of people I thought would be right for the 0.5. But these suggestions were not well received. No, but it's fascinating that I see this happening in all sorts of issues, from Federal Reserve policies on across the board, that you say, here's this wonderful program, and it will do wonderful things. And the burden of proof is on others to show that it will not do those things. And no matter how long it's been going on,
it's not long enough.
It's never long enough. If it failed, there just wasn't enough commitment. The budget wasn't big enough, should have had a larger staff, wider powers. But there is never any sense of a burden of proof on you to say, when you've made this change that has caused such furor in this country and has gotten people at each other's throats, including people who have been allies in the past, such as blacks and the Jews, there is never any sense of a need for you to advance the empirical evidence to support what you've been doing.
Oh, on the contrary, Dr. Sal, I'm perfectly willing to have other people collect empirical evidence. That's not my bag. But I'm perfectly happy to subject the affirmative action policies to reasonable statistical evaluation, given a sufficient period.
Well, what is a sufficient? Because you said for a bit, and now we talk about a sufficient period, and I have difficulty with these. What temporal units are we talking about?
I would say
centuries, decades.
I would think of 20 to 25 years as a reasonable period, because we're talking, after all, among other things, about the progress of just hired law firm associates up to the grandeur partners.
Wait, most blacks are not about to become law firm associates. The real problem is the kid in the South Bronx who has a tough time getting his first job as an unskilled worker because the employer is scared to hire him, because if he doesn't work out and he fires him, he may have to deal with the NAACP, with the EEOC, and God knows who else.
Oh, I have so simple a remedy for that, Mr. Sal.
Oh,
I'm happy to share it.
What is
All we need to do is to revert to the goals of the Humphrey Hawkins Balanced Growth and Full Employment Act.
Gee,
and then
why didn't I think of that?
Well, that's because you were tired from talking earlier. But if in fact we ran the economy at very high levels of employment, employers would be less picky, less choosy, as they were during the Second World War. I don't advocate World War III as a solution to the problem.
Good.
But it is nevertheless...
Shall I answer the Humphrey Hawkins thing? What Humphrey Hawkins represents is doing what we've done in the public schools, promoting people along just because of, it's time for them to be promoted or passed along. And now, instead of confining this to the educational system, in which it's been a total disaster, we're now going to extend this into the marketplace so that people will be hired, regardless of other kinds of considerations, and passed along. That at no point will they be forced to meet any kind of standards.
Portugal has Humphrey Hawkins.
Does they?
And the highest per capita debt in the world.
Well, let me
All
hark
in
back.
9 years. They didn't even take 25 years.
I see.
Let me hark back to World War II, where I have the advantage of chronological antiquity to help me.
Not that
I can
much, really.
recall it. The fact is that during the Second World War, 13 million people were in uniform, I among them by invitation of a group of my neighbors. And at the same time as we supported a massive military effort, we actually improved the civilian standard of life during the Second World War. Now, how did we do it? We drew into the labor force all kinds of people who had been regarded as unemployable for assorted reasons, good and indifferent, bad perhaps. But it turned out that when there was a shortage of people, instead of a shortage of jobs, employers became ingenious.
All right, let me take that point, you see, because I have made the argument, you see, that the minimum wage law tends to make it tougher for minorities to be employed. Then, by extension, one would say, conversely, a maximum wage law would make it easier. And what we had in World War II was a maximum wage law. And therefore, we had price and wage controls. And therefore, we had a chronic shortage of labor across the board. And under those conditions, women, minorities, etc., were hired at unusual rates. So I'm happy to see you agreeing with the paradigm that I was taught at Chicago, that indeed the number of jobs and people and so forth are all functions of price.
Chicago has had a malignant influence.
Not nearly as much as it should have.
It's also true that after the war, there were 9% black teenagers unemployed, and now that figure is more like 40%. And that's supposed to be after 40 years of progress under your system.
Unfortunately, not under my system, because we lack the time fully to sketch my utopia. But it would in fact include, yes, a good many controls of a kind which any properly educated economist finds repugnant. I therefore identify myself as an improperly educated economist.
Hear, hear.
Thank you for the applause. I, in fact, do think that we can have full employment. Let me define it as the Humphrey Hawkins target for this year, 4% unemployment. We can have 4% or better unemployment in a climate of considerable governmental intervention in the setting of key wages and prices, which by my lights, and here I find myself in happy agreement with Ken Galbraith, the friend of our host, which I find indispensable. And this, I suspect, is something which separates us, among other things that separate us. It's a feeling about how free actual markets are. I think that there are so many positions, so many situations in which prices are privately set, that I would be happy to substitute public price setters on the ground, the minimum
Mr. Castro,
ground.
you must ask a question. We've got a format here that we have to
Well,
observe.
yes, indeed. I will test my ingenuity
I wonder if this is
more.
a yes or no answer I'm supposed to give.
Given a choice, would you rather have private price setters or public price setters in markets which are less than competitive?
Well, since I have not seen these enormous numbers of private price setters that you and Professor Galbraith have been discovering for so many years, despite having read your books on this subject, I really have nothing to compare.
Well,
where I see prices set, I see them set by the government.
Only? Really?
Occasionally a few electrical contractors get together and they end up,
It's against the law.
It's against the law. They are state against the law.
We call it criminal.
That's right. That's right. I mean, we have laws against murder, but murders take place anyway.
How do you interpret the behavior of the major automobile producers in 1979 and 1980? Dreadful sales years. In both of those years, General Motors and its colleagues raised automobile prices. This is not how they do it on 7th Avenue when the garment business is bad.
I am tempted to say that after 25 years of that, I'll be happy to give you my answer, since presumably this is the magic number from which we do our empirical studies. And that, like you, I haven't bothered to keep up with the automobile industry. And
I'll wait 25 years for you if you'll wait 25 years
it'll
for
be
me.
a wonderful, something to look forward to.
Well, I think one obvious commentary is a lot of fewer people bought cars. And also there was automatic indexation of wages.
Yes, I must say the thing that Galbraith strikes me as his theories in general is showing the utter imperviousness to empirical data, that the affluent society told us that we reached a level of affluence at which income distribution questions were no longer going to be important. We then ended upon a quarter of a century of the most intense interest in income distribution questions in the history of the United States. He informed us about the industries of the country, that now we had corporations that were immortal, and that really didn't obey the rules laid down in such terrible places as Chicago because they were invulnerable to the marketplace.
Half of them went bankrupt.
W.T. Grant got wiped out. The Graflex Corporation used to supply 80% of all press cameras. They are now nowhere to be seen on the landscape. Neither would Chrysler be anywhere on the landscape, but for the intervention in which so many liberals joined. You know, empirical evidence does matter.
It does. I see less of it than you do.
I'm willing to believe that because you've said so. I've been asking you for it, and I haven't gotten any of it. So I'm perfectly willing to agree with you on that.
But
gentlemen, we have 1 minute.
The major piece of empirical evidence that I think you've cited this hour has really been the contrast between the 60s and the 70s.
No, it's been the contrast between well-off people and badly off people. And that's true in other countries as well, that in Malaysia, where they've had affirmative action for the same amount of time, it's had the same results. It has done nothing for the poor Malays. The lowest level of Malays receive a smaller percentage of all the income received by Malays today than before this program was put into effect, as is true of blacks in the United States.
Is it worthless to do something for anybody but the very poor?
I would like to see the well-off take care of themselves. If they can't, who can?
Thank you very much, Professor LeCashman. Thank you very much, Professor Thomas Sowell, author of The Economics of Politics and... I got it wrong? The Economics and Politics of Race. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Funding for Firing Line is provided by this station and other public television stations. The Mobil Corporation, Dow Chemical Company, John M. Olin Foundation, Incorporated, Laurel Foundation, Sunstrand Corporation, and the Friends of Firing Line. This program was produced by Sika, which is solely responsible for its content. For a printed bound transcript of this program, send $2 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. Indicate the subject of the program and please allow 3 weeks for delivery.
Johannesburg here in South Africa. The next 2 or 3 days they will hold a national election. The results are not seriously questioned. The Nationalist Party will once again govern South Africa. The Prime Minister, Mr. John Vorster, is my guest here on Firing Line. He will do what he can to explain the policies of apartheid as he has administered them since he took power in 1966, and as he intends to continue to administer them as next Prime Minister of South Africa. Stay with us. Mr. John Vorster is Prime Minister of South Africa and has been since in September 1966. A deranged assassin plunged a knife into the heart of his predecessor, Hendrik Verwoerd, the sociology professor who, although he did not found the policy of apartheid, did his best to elaborate it as the modus operandi for South Africa. John Vorster had been Minister of Justice before his accession, and it was widely supposed that he would rigorously, not to say ferociously, continue the policies of separate development, as it is called here. To the surprise of many, he proved to be not only a man of resolute will, but of unpredictable resilience, with the result that which a dozen years ago was thought to be unthinkable in South Africa is many places the rule, which is not to say that apartheid has been in any substantial sense abandoned. Mr. Vorster's political party, the Nationalists, are expected to repeat their periodic victory at the polls a few days from now, and they are running on the usual ticket. Balthazar Johannes Vorster was born the 13th child of an Afrikaner sheep farmer in 1915. He went to the University of Stellenbosch and got a law degree. During the war, he was interned for anti-British sentiments. After the war, he practiced law and ran for Parliament, finally achieving election in 1953. He was a strong backer of Prime Minister Sturgeon, and then of his old sociology teacher, Mr. Verwoerd, who made him Minister of Justice. I should like to begin by asking the Prime Minister whether, as almost every account of his background in America and elsewhere notes, he was in fact, during the war, pro-Nazi.
No, I can definitely say that it wasn't a question of being pro-Nazi. As a matter of fact, the official reasons for my internment didn't even mention it. It was stated that I was anti-British, and that in my own country.
So that, in fact, to deduce from that you were pro-Nazi would be as incorrect as to deduce that we were pro-communist because we were on the side of Stalin.
Quite.
So there's no aspect of the National Socialist ideology that has ever appealed to you?
No, not even my worst enemies at the time could accuse me of being that. I was pro-Afrikaans.
Right. And your feeling was that participation in that war did not inure to the benefit of the Afrikaans?
I believed, as the late General Herzog believed, as the late Dr. Malan and all the other leaders of the National Party believed, and as you initially believed, in neutrality in that war.
The neutrality that you backed then differs, does it not, from your policies today, in which you do feel a solidarity with the anti-communist states?
As far as we are concerned, we feel that we are part and parcel of the free world, or the Western world, call it what you will.
So that you would be willing, if the circumstances should ever require it, to participate in a joint effort?
If, in the event of a communist war as against the free world, we are called upon to do our share, we will certainly do it.
Now, your mention of the word the term free world brings up, of course, the indictment of South Africa as it is most generally ventilated. America, the United Nations, in other parts of the, quote, free world. What they say, of course, is that there is no substantial freedom in South Africa unless it happens that your skin is white. Now, the doctrine of separate development is not, I think, widely understood in America. I wonder if you could briefly sketch how it is that you consider it to be compatible with general freedom.
Yes, I take it what you do mean, in fact, maybe you were too polite to say it, that it is said that we are in fact a police state.
It's certainly said, certainly, yeah.
If that is the case, then it's the only police state that I know of where you must do your level best to keep people out. Because as it happens at the moment, we have thousands and thousands of illegal black immigrants in this country, and we can't get them out, and they come in if given half a chance.
Well,
and again, as far as the police state story is concerned, you've been in this country before, I think, and you are here now, and you need just to read our newspapers to see that there is more criticism of the government in this country than probably in any comparable country.
Yes, and we may as well touch on that now. It is not widely known that there is very severe press criticism. But it is also has been remarked that as recently as a few months ago, you threatened to close down certain newspapers in the event that they should write, that they should publish copy which, quotes, would lead to an explosive situation among the various races. So it's not an absolute freedom then?
Naturally, in our situation, I think each and every man who has the future of this country at heart will agree with me that the one thing we should avoid is to incite one race against another. And racial incitement, not only in South Africa, has always been an offense. It is also an offense in Canada and many other countries that I know of.
And under the Genocide Treaty of the United Nations, it also is.
I'm not so conversant with that aspect, but now that you mention it, that is so.
Well, would you give me an example of something which would not be permitted to be said in the press so that we could have an idea of where you draw the line?
No, if one race is incited to act violently, to put it mildly, against another race, then certainly the government of the day must be entitled to take steps against it.
Well, suppose we reason a posteriori and ask you this. Have you in fact closed down any newspapers?
No.
So therefore this is simply a directive of sorts.
No, it was a timely warning.
A timely warning. But,
and whilst on the subject of newspapers, again, may I just remind you that it so happens that for each one newspaper supporting the cause of my government and my party, there are at least 10 who are violently against my party and its policies.
Not so violently as to cause an explosive situation?
Not at this stage, but I must watch the future.
Yes. Well, now, you're saying that you cannot justifiably call a state a police state into which people immigrate. Doesn't, of course...
And where you have free elections, as we have periodic free elections.
For white people?
For white people, and elections for the other peoples in their own countries.
Well, now, the policy of separate development, as I understand it, has at this point evolved, roughly speaking, as follows, that about 14% of South Africa is reserved for the Bantustans.
It's not a question of being reserved for them. That is where the mistake is made all along the line. To interpret this situation, you must know something of the history.
Yes, I wish you'd tell us something about
this country and its people. It so happens that more or less, for all practical purposes, the time that the whites moved up from the Cape, the blacks moved down from the middle of Africa, and they settled certain portions of what is now the Republic of South Africa. The Xhosas settled the Transkei, the Zulus settled portions of Natal, the Tswanas settled portions of Western Transvaal, the Sothos settled portions of Northern Transvaal, the Vendas settled another portion of Northern Transvaal, and so I can go on. And they claimed certain land which to this day they still possess. So it wasn't a question that it was reserved for them. They settled that land and they've got it to this very day. But apart from that, and the whites settled the rest.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
But apart from the land that they initially settled, and which today is still their land, in 1936, the then United Party, under the leadership of General Herzog as Prime Minister and General Smuts as Deputy Prime Minister, they passed a law that saying that in addition to that land which the black peoples originally settled, the whites at their expense should add 7.25 million morgen of land. And that land is still being bought up today. As a matter of fact, about a little over 6 million morgen of the 7.25 has already been bought, and we are now buying up the last remaining 1.25 million of morgen of land.
Okay, you
So,
know the drill.
your point is that
Try not to die too much.
that land which is theirs continues to be theirs.
Continues
and
to
the
be
fact-
theirs, and we didn't put them there and say to them, look, that is where you must live. They settled that land, and they picked that land, and let me say so. From an agricultural point of view and from a rainfall point of view, it is the best land in South Africa.
Well, but it is true that I think the figure is 2 million people have actually been moved, correct, during the past 15 years, told to go other than where they would like to be.
No, it's not only black people that have been moved. Whites are being moved as well. I've just tried to explain to you that whites have to evacuate no less than 7.25 million morgen of land. And blacks are put on that land.
Well, essentially...
Well-developed farms and well-developed land.
Well, essentially, as I understand it, you view the situation in South Africa roughly as follows, that the black population are your guests, that they actually belong to the territories. To the extent that they live and work in your territories, they must accept that they are not first-class citizens.
You can more or less equate them to the guest workers in Europe. Because it's not only the black workers from Tswana land or Venda land or Zulu land that come to work in South Africa. Independent, the citizens of independent African countries come to South Africa to look for work for the simple reason that their own countries can't employ them. You have more or less 90,000 Malawians working in this country. And if we were to say to Malawi tomorrow, and we've never had anything to do with Malawi whatsoever, it's a country, as you know, situated far away from us. If we were to say to them tomorrow, I'm awfully sorry, I can't accommodate your people any longer, you must take them back, their economy will be very, very seriously hurt. The same applies to Lesotho, an independent country, member of UNO. If we were to say to Lesotho, we are sorry, we can't employ their 105,000 people working in this country at the moment, you can well imagine what will happen to the economy of Lesotho. Well, the same applies to Botswana, and the same applies to Swaziland, and the same applies to any other of the African countries who come to South Africa to look for work.
Well, but Mr. Foster, what you are saying is either a commentary on the paradise of South Africa or on the misery of the countries they flee from.
No, it's not a question of misery either, or a paradise either for this matter. it is simply that as far as the whole of Africa is concerned, it's got a backlog in development. To understand that, again, one must look at their history. But the point is, and I'm not saying it in a derogatory sense at all, but for generations to come, on account of the fact that they multiply by over 3%, as compared with ours of little over 1%. For generations to come, their difficulty will consequently be that they cannot create sufficient avenues of employment. And therefore, for generations to come, and I want to make it very clear that I'm not saying it in a derogatory sense at all, but in a practical, realistic sense, their main export will be labor, because they can't employ their own people. And it so happens that until that time, that they have developed to such an extent that they can employ their own people, they will be forced to look to South Africa and other countries to employ their people whom they cannot employ themselves.
Now, the employment conditions in South Africa have been severely criticized because of the extraordinary disparity in the revenue earned by a white person as distinguished from a black person. The last estimate I saw that was 12 to 1. Now, is this a policy of conscious exploitation, or is this because there is a superabundance of labor and therefore you try to pay it as little as possible?
No, it's a question of the stage of development that people have reached. Whilst you are on that subject, I don't suppose you'll mind if I tell you this, that according to your own figures, published by the Americans themselves, Dr. Munger made use of the figures some time ago. The average rate of pay of American firms in this country to certain categories of workers, the average rate is $140 for the same category of work. In Brazil, you pay 66. And for the same category in India, American firms pay 33. But nobody worries about India, nobody worries about Brazil. But South Africa, being the whipping boy, apparently must feel it on her back.
Well, I see your point, but I think that what people in America would comment on that is that it is one thing to pay all Brazilians $66 a month. It would be
true because there are thousands of blacks and coloreds in this country who, in fact, earn more than whites. It's not a question that there is a minimum pay for whites and a maximum pay for non-whites. You take our industrial legislation. Our industrial legislation says specifically that there must be no discrimination as between white and non-white when pay is fixed for certain categories of work. But naturally, it stands to reason that you don't pay an unschooled man the same salary as a highly skilled man.
So you're saying there are no disparities?
I used the word unschooled. Unskilled, of course, is the word, not unschooled.
Sure. But so you're saying there are no disparities in the income that is earned in the practice of an identical job?
No. A white fitter and turner earns exactly the same wage as a colored fitter and turner. Or a white mechanic earns exactly the same as a non-white mechanic. The Industrial Conciliation Act provides that. In other words, I want to get this very clear. There are no maximum wages for non-whites and minimum wages for whites. There are minimum wages for all categories, white or non-white. And as far as maximum is concerned, it depends entirely upon the employer.
Now, the South African Department of Statistics reported in October of 1973 total monthly earnings for the 400,000 white workers in your three major industries at 203 million rand, and and the total for 1,847,000 black workers at 145 million rand.
Yes,
now, this reflects only the difference in the level of skill.
It's a question of skilled workers as against unskilled workers.
Now, it is nevertheless correct, is it not, that there were illegal strikes in the Durban area early this year, which you winked at, that is to say, you didn't prosecute the strikers, followed by a very sharp increase in wages and a 50% increase in wages for the gold workers in the last 18 months. Is this a recognition of the need, or is it an economic development?
No, it's an economic development, and it has been going on throughout the years. And incidentally, I won't even call it a strike, I'll call it a stoppage of 2-3 days. Because in actual fact, the last general strike we had in this country was in 1922. Our people don't know what a strike looks like.
Well, the plight of the African black, then, so far as I can understand it, is a plight that, as you would put it, evolves from the fact that he is a guest in your country, just as though he were a Malawian or what have you. And under the circumstances, he is bound to follow rules that are made for a white society. Now, when you talk about the Industrial Reconciliation Act, is that something that replaced the Job Reservation Act?
No, the Industrial Reconciliation Act is an old act. It's been on the statute book since the 20s.
Well,
and as far as the so-called job reservation is concerned, it deals with less than 3% of all the workers. But it is a question of protecting certain workers who cannot do anything else but that particular work.
Well, when I was in Durban a dozen years ago, if you wanted to drive a taxi, you had to be a white man. Is that also the case now?
No, there are taxis owned and driven by whites, there are taxis owned and driven by coloreds, and there are taxis owned and driven by blacks.
So that there has been improvement on that particular point?
As far as I know, that has always been the case. It might have been just different in Durban, but in Cape Town, as far as I know, it has always been the case.
Well, what jobs are excluded to blacks? You say only 3%. Would you give me a description of a job that a black may not hold?
No, candidly, it's not a question that he cannot hold that particular job. It's a question that the whites who are holding that particular job, because they can do nothing else, are protected in that job. But I can't think of any practical example just at the moment. Because as I've told you, it refers to less than 3% of all workers.
Well, if I were a factory manager in South Africa, would I be permitted to fire a lazy white man and hire an industrious black man to fill his shoes?
In general, yes.
And we say in general, yes. What would be the exceptions?
No, I can't think of any exceptions at the moment.
Well, in discussing, before we move on to a couple of other matters, in discussing the business of the police state, what seems especially offensive in, for instance, America, is your right to quote, ban. Now, as I understand it, ban is a word that is used here for putting somebody in house arrest, forbidding him from any kind of communication with other band people, forbidding him from publishing any of his works. This was recently done to a dozen student leaders, black and white. Is that correct? I know you were once the victim of that kind of treatment, but I know also that it was resented then in your behalf, and presumably is resented now in behalf of the students.
No, in 1950, the Anti-Communist Act was passed, and if a man, in terms of that act, is found to work and speak in favor of communism, then the Minister of Justice, after having received a report from judicial officers specified in that act, can place certain restrictions on the movement of such a person, can prohibit him from addressing meetings, and if he is prohibited from addressing meetings. Whatever he says cannot be published by newspapers.
And is there a judicial appeal against that finding?
He has an appeal to the minister, but then if he feels that he has a case, he can go to the Supreme Court, as people have often gone.
And what would he plead? A factual or juridical case?
He will, if his case is that...
all he has to prove is that he's not a communist, that's all?
If he can prove that he's not a communist, and therefore that the minister has acted against him mala fide, then naturally the Supreme Court has the right to set aside the...
Has it ever happened?
I don't know of a single instance where the Supreme Court has found that the action of the minister was mala fide.
Wouldn't that suggest that you have a highly tame Supreme Court? Or simply a very high level of accuracy?
No, I think the last accusation that any man can make against South Africa is that we have a tame Supreme Court, for the simple reason that our courts have a reputation that they will give judgment according to their conscience at all times. And what is more, people in this country, the judges, are not appointed because they belong to a certain political party or to the political party of the government. As a matter of fact, in my time as Minister of Justice, I appointed probably far more judges who belonged to the opposition party than to my own party.
Well, but the Supreme Court has only that authority which is vested in it by the Parliament, which you dominate, correct?
Naturally,
there's no Bill of Rights.
The Supreme Court must interpret the law.
Yeah, but there is
that is the only legal system that I think that works in public.
Well, we've got a different one in America. We have a constitution that you can appeal to.
I don't think we must get involved in an argument about your legal system and ours.
No, I don't want to.
Because I think you'll get off second best.
Well, that's conceivable.
Be that as it may, this isn't the purpose of our interview.
No, sure. But what I'm saying is this. If the Parliament says we vest in the Prime Minister the exclusive right in his own sole judgment or in the Minister of Justice to decide that a particular person is a, quote, communist and under the circumstances not entitled to civil rights, then there's nothing the Supreme Court can do about it. If you have the exclusive right, unless it is shown that you were bribed into exercising that petulantly or without reference to the factual situation, what can the Supreme Court do to help this person?
No, but surely if a man acted in such a way that no one in his sound and sober senses can say that he has been furthering the aims and objects of communism, it's the easiest thing in the world to prove that there must be mala fides on the part of the minister.
Well, it may be easy, but it's never been done.
Yeah, because I make bold to say that we've only acted against people who needed acting against.
Will you say nobody in his right mind? Would you say that Alan Paton is in his right mind? Because he has written that.
No, I don't want to discuss personalities, but I think Alan Paton knows very little about this at all, and he wasn't acted against.
He was what?
He wasn't acted against.
No, but he wrote an article describing the activities of 8 student leaders who were banned, and it was not possible, for me in any case, to see wherein it could be said about them that they were, quote, communists.
But what did he know of the facts?
Well...
What did he know about the investigation? It's so easy just to say. But surely, if you've made a study of the facts, then it's something quite different.
What, do you publish the facts?
A man is entitled to ask for reasons why he is banned, and those reasons are given to him.
And how factually are those reasons elaborated? There's no trial, there's no jury.
No, it's administrative action agreed.
Yeah. Do you know of any other, quote, free country that gives to the Minister of Justice any equivalent power? In England, Germany,
it depends
France,
entirely on the circumstances. For instance, when you had this upflare in Canada, Canada went very much further than South Africa has ever gone.
Yeah, but they invoked a specific piece of legislation, the War Emergency Act.
Yes,
and
to deal with that particular emergency.
Yeah, and then it lapsed.
And
but yours is a continuing situation.
Yes.
Why?
Because we have this communist threat in this part of the world. We had it in the 40s, we had it in the 50s, we had it in the 60s. And as far as we are concerned, we must be constantly on our guard.
Do you may I ask you this, Mr. Prime Minister, do you use the word communist as a metaphor, or do you use it exactly?
No, exactly.
I happen to be very, very much in agreement with you that there is a communist threat of disruption, but I also think that some people find it a lot easier to classify as, quotes, communist.
No, I'm not.
That which they don't agree with.
I'm not the type of man who sees a communist under every bed. But what I do know, because I was Minister of Justice since 1961, that an attempt was in fact made by the communists to overthrow this government by sabotage and violence. And these people were brought before the courts, and they were sentenced, some to very long terms of imprisonment.
They might try to overthrow the government by sabotage and violence without being communists, right?
No, but in actual fact, they were communists.
You mean their convictions were that they wanted to create a workers' state subsidiary to the domination of the Soviet Union, so on, the whole bit?
They shouted it from the rooftops. As a matter of fact, in the 50s, the communists shouted it from the rooftops that they were going to take over this country in 1963. And they still haven't abandoned that idea that ultimately the communists will take over this country for the simple reason that they want to control the tip of South Africa so that they can control the Cape Sea route, which is the lifeline of Europe.
About 4 or 5 months ago, I, as a United States delegate to the United Nations, pushed a button voting on the South African side of a particular issue. The vote was 103 to 4. We were one of the 4. We were on your side on that particular issue. Now, of those 103 who voted against you, only about 14 or 15 were communist powers. Nevertheless, some 50 or 60 or 70 countries in the world desired to strip South Africa of its credentials on the grounds that you were committing a quote crime against humanity. Now, leaving for a moment completely aside whether this is a correct way to describe South African policy, I do ask you this. How can you say that it is exclusively the communists who are thus energized to vote against South Africa?
No, I distinctly told you it's the communists who in fact want to take over this country.
Yeah. Well, so therefore that would not, in your opinion, be related to the United Nations vote?
No, that is a different matter. That is probably, don't know to which particular instance you are referring, but the background of all this is that there are many countries in the world, and mainly for that reason they vote against us, are annoyed with us because we haven't got the system of one man, one vote as far as the whole republic is concerned, and they won't accept the policy of separate development, which means that there is in fact a white state in South Africa and 8 black states consisting of different peoples with their own language, their own customs, their own traditions, etc., etc.
Well, how do you account for the special animosity against South Africa? Is it a lack of understanding, in your opinion? And if so, why haven't you more successfully made your case understandable? Or
Well,
is it a hostility that arises from the relative economic success of South Africa?
Well, let me explain it to you this way. This government, with its policy of separate development, came into power in May 1948. Prior to that, General Smuts, who was an international
hero,
to use your words, he led this country, and he experienced the very same thing at UNO that we are experiencing today. The difference was, however, this, that there were only 3 independent black countries represented in UNO at that time. And in spite of that, and in spite of the fact that he had an international reputation, he came back in 46, in 47, and 48 to the parliament of this country to say that people wouldn't listen to him, that it wasn't possible to talk to them because the whole issue was so emotionally clouded, as he put it.
Well,
so it's not a question of only this government, it's a question that that was the attitude against South Africa right from the very start, in spite of the fact that General Smuts was one of the founder members of UNO and together with 1 or 2 other people wrote the charter.
Well, is it emotionally cloudy as a result of the main trunk of the apartheid idea, or is it primarily the petty apartheid, what you call here, petty apartheid, the little indignities that black
petty
people
apartheid wasn't even known in those days. It's a modern invention of my political opponents. Only it was the word was only coined about 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Well, what do you call it when, let's say, blacks have to go on top of the bus? Is that part of apartheid in general, or is that petty apartheid?
I don't know. You had the same experience in America. You would know better than I.
Well, we called it Jim Crow.
No, that is how we developed in this country. It was customary to do it that way in South Africa.
Well, I'm asking you whether you think it's intrinsic to the idea of apartheid or whether it's expendable. For instance, here in Johannesburg, very recently, they all of a sudden decided that black and white people could sit in the same park bench. Now, that's all of, 3 weeks old, that decision. Now, that's what I would call petty apartheid, unless you say that the whole trunk of the apartheid thing is fragmenting as a result of that dispensation.
No. The whole basis of the policy of separate development is to avoid wherever you can friction. Friction as between the various races. Because a country situated as South Africa is concerned, must at all times, if it wants to develop properly and have stable government and good order and peace, must go out of its way to avoid friction as much as possible. And where it creates friction, then you keep people apart. Where it doesn't create friction, then you don't do so.
And this is an empirical question, is it?
Yes.
In other words, you wait X number of years, and if white black people don't start fighting in the park, then you allow them to associate.
No, I've said time and again, and I'm on record as saying on the 14th of September 1966, when I first took over, the basis of the policy of separate development is not that I'm better than the other man.
I didn't say that.
No, I say what I said. I said the basis is not that I think that I'm better. The basis is that there is a difference. And unfortunately, not only in South Africa, but the world over, where different peoples meet, you have friction. And as we see it, and as we develop, we do our level best to avoid friction.
So that what we call a petty apartheid here is your way of coping with potential friction.
With potential friction, that is the only basis of it.
Well, now suppose you have black man A and white man B saying that it is, as far as they're concerned, far more provocative to keep them apart than to permit them, for instance, to lunch together in a restaurant. Why is it that your judgment as regards friction is superior to theirs?
No, because it's my duty to maintain law and order.
Yes, but I'm asking you to explain a law that seeks to act in behalf of two individual human beings, respecting a matter over which they are sovereign, namely their feeling for each other.
No, but as I've tried to explain to you, and I think we'll go round and round in circles, you can take it right from the school stage. Blacks have their own schools. Coloreds have their own schools. Indians have their own schools. Whites have their own schools. That is how we develop. We don't even put an Indian and a colored child in the same school as a black child. And from there you can you can argue the whole thing out. And you find in practice the moment that you put Indian and black children in the same school, you have friction leading ultimately to violence. And the same will apply if you put white children and black children in the same school.
You're suggesting that there are no successful multiracial societies, but that isn't true.
I have nothing to do with multiracial societies elsewhere. I must deal with the situation in South Africa as a realist as I find it.
But you're speaking in universals. You say there will be friction. Do you mean there will be friction in the South African context?
Yes.
Or but you don't mean other parts of the world?
Let us be honest. Those who say that there aren't friction in other parts of the world, well, they're just talking nonsense. Because you and I know that there are, in fact, friction.
Well, sure. There's, I think probably racial animosities are temperamentally the most.
You have a handful of black people in Britain, and you have friction there. You have 10% black people in America, and in spite of the fact that they are Americans, and we'd
have a hell of a lot more friction if we had apartheid.
That I don't know, and I don't want to criticize your way of life at all. All I am saying is that in spite of the fact that you have a minority of blacks, you have friction. In our case, we have to deal with the majority of blacks.
Well, there's friction in all free societies. In Mozambique, which is not very far from here, there is no apartheid, and there's no obvious friction that I can see. Whites and blacks go to schools together and buses together and so on. Same hospital, same restaurant.
Up to a certain point, because there are very, very few whites there, in fact.
Well, getting back to the United Nations, are you concerned, Mr. Foster, are you concerned that perhaps at the next session of the General Assembly, they will not only dispute the credentials of your ambassador, but will also refuse to permit him to vote?
I don't want to discuss that at this stage. We will deal with that situation if and when it arises. And I am on record as saying how we will deal
you're
with that
on record
situation.
as saying that the United Nations is a comedy. And I see your point. But in other words, you don't want to discuss contingent arrangements.
No.
In the United Nations. Well, let me ask you this, referring not to the future of the United Nations, but to the past of the United Nations. When Mr. Mueller rises to speak in the General Assembly in an effort to explain what is going on here, and 2/3 of the chamber rises and leaves, do you deduce from this that the United Nations is not a forum that is serving the purpose for which it was intended, namely that people should listen to each other?
No, I think the AOU caucus dominates United Nations for that purpose.
That's the African Unity Caucus.
Yes.
And that under the circumstances, the United Nations is more or less their creature at this point.
On this point, certainly.
Yeah. Well, the mounting offensive against Southwest Africa seems to be reaching some sort of a crisis. Would you give the position of South Africa on the finding of the World Court having to do with whether or not you justifiably administer the affairs of Southwest Africa?
Well, it all depends to which finding of the World Court you are referring. If you're referring to the 1966 one, then I'm with you. If you refer to the later one, then I'm not with you.
Then you're not with what?
Then I don't agree with you that the last decision can bind South Africa in any way. Britain doesn't accept it either, for that matter, and France doesn't accept it.
So that you take the legal position that your right to administer that part of the world has not in fact been impeached.
Will you just repeat that?
I say you take the position that you still have a legal right to administer the affairs of Southwest Africa.
Naturally.
Well, is it correct that you have in mind a Bantustan within Southwest Africa, which would comprehend the most populated area, that you will try to do in Southwest Africa what you have done here?
There again, in Southwest Africa, it wasn't a question of us putting the Ovambos where they are, and they are the majority. They are about 45% of the people of Southwest Africa. We didn't put them there where they are at the moment. That is the part of the world which they originally settled and where they've lived, and where no white man owns land or can own land for that matter.
You mean dating back to when? Dating back to when South Africa was given by the League the mandate, or even before then?
Long before the Germans occupied Southwest Africa, that was the position.
Looking now to the strategic situation in South Africa, it is clear, for instance, from the events here in Johannesburg in the last few days, that the territory of South Africa is being challenged by terrorists, even as in Rhodesia and in Mozambique. Is it your feeling that that pressure will continue, or that it is abating?
No, it will continue.
And do you consider that?
As long as the Red Chinese and the Russians are willing to provide arms for communist-led and communist-trained terrorists, so long we will be faced with this threat.
But it's not just the Red Chinese and the Russians, is it? I mean, even the Dutch collect money and send it to...
Yes, piously saying that it is for non-military purposes.
Yeah. The fact is that it is not only the communist countries that are raising money for terrorist activities.
No, there are other do-gooder countries who do the same.
Yeah. Now, is it a situation that mounts a serious military challenge for South Africa at any point in the future?
Not at this stage, but naturally if it escalates, and we must be on our guard all the time. In this connection, it can be serious. But at this stage, it is initially a threat to Rhodesia, it's a threat to Angola, and it's a threat to Mozambique.
Under what circumstances, if any, would you feel that you needed to render assistance to Rhodesia?
We have stated all along, and I'm on record as saying that as far as we are concerned, terrorism is such a scourge that we will come to the aid of any government who requests our help in this regard.
Has Rhodesia requested your help?
Our police are there on the Rhodesian borders, have been there for years and years.
Well, on the southern border or the northern border?
No, on the Rhodesian side.
On the Rhodesian side.
Because the Rhodesians have never crossed the border into Zambia or any other country. They are just guarding their borders as they are entitled. And we are helping them in that regard.
Well, now, what have been the casualties in South Africa from terrorism in the last couple of years, and have they increased?
15 or 17 of our policemen have been killed in the last 2 years on the borders. 4 were killed just a few days ago, unfortunately.
And were there assassins detected?
No, it is a question of hit and run. They come across the border, hit and then run back.
Is it known that they were not South Africans? Were they in fact foreigners?
Yes.
Has there been, so far as you are aware, any collusion between black South Africans and terrorists who come in from the north?
Talking about South African blacks now?
Yes.
No.
So that there is nothing
As
here.
far as the black leaders of South Africa is concerned, they are just as violently anti-terrorist as I am.
Well, how many people have you had during your administration as Prime Minister to exile or ban for political activity?
No, good heavens. I'm not a walking encyclopedia to remember that.
I mean, is it in the hundreds or the dozens or the thousands?
No, as you very well know, I was Minister of Justice up to 1966. And I can't remember back to those days. I'll mislead you if I give you any figure. They were not...
Are the figures public or are they concealed?
No, you can find that. It's published it has to be published in the Government Gazette.
And what are the classifications for dealing with politically intolerable people? Do you have the authority to exile them?
Exile them where?
Wherever they would be accepted.
No, I have no authority to send people outside the country if they were born here.
And so therefore, the only penalty that is
if
available
they leave this country, they leave the country of their own free will. But I can't force them to leave.
So that is not one of your one of your sanctions.
We've never forced anybody, and we haven't got the power to force them out. And we've never asked for that power because, in any event, if the country on the other side isn't willing to accept the man, what is the use of having such power?
Well, presumably that's not a problem. I mean, if you find a country that is willing to accept somebody who is exiled, then that settles the problem of where he will live.
No, but we haven't got that power, and we've never asked for it.
Yeah. Now, has there been, as these pressures mount from these terrorists, has there been a corresponding increase in politically intolerable activity in South Africa?
1 minute left on the clock, Cutter.
No, I don't.
There's no liaison that you
I
can
don't
see.
think at this stage. Naturally, there are those people inside the country who have said to themselves in the past that as the threat from outside mounts, so our activity must increase in the country.
But it hasn't happened.
To a certain limited extent, yes, but I'm not prepared to put it higher than that at this stage. But it is a thing about which you must be on your guard at all times.
Yeah. We have only a few minutes left, Mr. Faust. I'd like to ask your views on the historical question. Most of the rhetoric that one hears in the United Nations is Wilsonian in origin, democracy, self-rule, and so on. It is, however, the experience in most countries in Africa that having achieved, quote, self-rule, they do not go on from there to parliamentary democracy. Is it your judgment that this is an African phenomenon, or is it your judgment that it is a Wilsonian heresy that transcends the aches and pains of the 20th century?
No, I think it's a mistake to transplant
Hello, Shipbreaker
Westminster democracy to Africa.
93462.
The whole concept
Links would like to share the
is
following
foreign to Africa.
inspirational message. Some people...
Therefore, you think that the kind of governments that prevail in Africa are culturally natural.
Yes.
And under the circumstances, you would not be sympathetic with dissidents in an African country who call, say, for an increase in parliamentary democracy.
I don't think you will ever, in the rest of Africa, have parliamentary democracy in the sense that you have it in South Africa, Britain, or America.
And the reason is what?
I think it's inherent in their system.
When you say their system, you have in mind what? The tribal allegiances,
Yes.
that kind of thing? The fact that they didn't have elections in the tribes makes it unlikely that they should think of
In
elections.
Africa, in black Africa, you don't brook opposition. And consequently, you don't give the opposition party the chance to become the reigning party unless it does so by force.
Well, isn't it, however, true that the expression of the members of a tribe has a way of making itself felt on the determinations of the chief?
Yes. They hold kotlas and they hold their indabas, and then they come to a decision.
Which is binding?
Which is binding, yes.
And have you attempted to shape in any way the internal workings of the Bantustans? Or have you permitted them?
It is for that very reason that as far as the elected councils of the Bantus in South Africa are concerned, that we've brought in the elected element of the people and the hereditary chiefs, put them in the same council.
But having done that, did you specify procedures or not?
No, the procedures are laid down in the various acts, and they, of course, are entitled to amend the procedures.
Without your supervision?
In certain cases, they require, up to this stage, require the consent of my parliament, but in other cases, they don't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister.
Next week, Mr. Buckley will be in Salisbury for an exchange of ideas with Ian Smith, Prime Minister of Rhodesia.
For a printed bound copy of this program, send 25 cents in coin to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. That's 25 cents to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. This program was made possible by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Reactor meltdown sequence triggered. Urgent action required. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
killed Cock Robin. It is a lucky thing the troops haven't raised the question, because if they had, the whole matter would come up again, and everybody would demand a new trial for Chicken Little. It is an old story in respect of John F. Kennedy, who was apparently killed not by Lee Harvey Oswald, but by a grassy knoll. The Reverend Jesse Jackson said the other day that he believes the CIA and the FBI really killed Martin Luther King, raising the question, why didn't they, while they were at it, since Dr. Jackson was talking to Dr. King at the fatal moment. Aim a second bullet at the Reverend Jesse Jackson? Or is this an example of what happens when Congress pairs a CIA budget? Occasionally, someone sidles up to me and whispers in my ear, actually, Dreyfus was guilty. They continue to debate the question of Socrates' guilt. There are also the serious revisionists, and one such is our venerable young antagonist, Aled Lowenstein, who does not believe that Robert Kennedy was in fact killed by Sirhan Sirhan. Lowenstein was educated at the University of North Carolina, became a lawyer at Yale, taught law at Stanford and the New School and at Yale, wrote a book about South Africa, was student chairman of Youth for Stevenson and adult chairman of Americans for Democratic Action. He was in Congress for one term, but was successfully gerrymandered out of 2 congressional seats by the Republicans and the Organization Democrats, and out of 1 Senate seat by the Reform Democrats. Right now, he is spending most of his time on the re-examination of the death of Robert Kennedy, his old friend. I should like to begin by asking Ms. Lowenstein whether there is any reason to believe that apart from a guilty man's having got off free, there is a mother lode down there of vital information for America, if your surmises are correct.
It's a very, very difficult question to answer accurately because we don't know what's down there. It may be that nothing is down there beyond the important question of an individual's role. That's still important in America. But until we pursue these questions, it's impossible to know what is or isn't there, and if what is there turns out to be something of a more sinister nature, then not to find it out, it seems to me, jeopardizes the democratic process, because if for any reason people are still loose who were planning these events, they might again want to do something that would disrupt the electoral process at a key juncture. So it would be an arrogant misstatement to assert that there's something down there for certain. All one can honestly say is that since the facts don't fit the present version, I think you have to pursue what the facts are, wherever they lead. And if they end up telling you that it was a waste of time because nothing serious can be done, you at least have made the effort.
Okay, now let's make the following distinction. If it happens that somebody besides Sirhan Sirhan, who manifestly was trying to kill Kennedy, nobody doubts that,
right,
was also trying to kill Kennedy, but it happened that he had the using a very strict vocabulary for the occasion, the lucky shot.
Right.
Then the rectification that might be made is in the nature of establishing that it wasn't Sirhan Sirhan but Mr. X, and running down Mr. X and sending him to jail. Now, it strikes me as unlikely, given the fact that everybody agrees, including yourself, that Sirhan was trying to kill Kennedy, that merely identifying somebody else who was also trying to kill him is going to excite the sort of inquisitive appetites of a lot of people. But if that other person is himself just the tip of an iceberg,
that's the point.
That's the point.
That's the point.
And that's what I want
that is
you
You've said more
about.
succinctly and clearly than I think anyone else has why some of us, and I want to just autobiographically announce my guilt, because for many years I wouldn't look at these cases. I was totally convinced that the Warren Commission was right. I was for capital punishment, you may be pleased to hear that, in the sense that I thought Sirhan should have been put to the gas chamber, which may be the best argument against capital punishment anyone will ever make. But I was so rigid, so closed about these things, I wouldn't discuss them. When I was in Congress, my arrogance in retrospect is almost embarrassing to even admit, because I was convinced only people who were really unhinged would plunge on in this ghoulish way and so on. Now, what I found when I started to look at this case is clearly the tip of something. Whether it's an iceberg or whether it's a simple pin that has a tip, I don't know. But I don't want to make now the same mistake at the other extreme that I made before of concluding in advance what we would find out if we looked. So the answer to your comment is that if we find out that somebody else was involved in that shooting, and we use subpoena powers and oaths and all the procedures that lead you on to find out who put those people there, if anyone did, and what their relationship was, if anything, to other people in other places, we may then find out that you and I and others that have been exercising our efforts to support electoral democracy have been playthings. And that's something that whatever one's ideology or political party, one would want to know about and try to prevent continuance of. So that's why your statement seems to me to be exactly the heart of the matter, that without knowing where we're going to end up, we ought to put aside preconceptions and look as hard and effectively as we can and find out.
Okay, but I'm scratching a little bit in the direction of wondering whether there are other preconceptions that are being indulged by this inquiry. For instance, it seems to me plain that when somebody of the prestige and following of Jesse Jackson says that he suspects that the CIA and the FBI were involved in the assassination of Martin Luther King, he is saying something so outrageously ideologized as simultaneously to discredit him and to wonder whether there is a syndrome among the revisionists that will not be satisfied until they find some Texas oil millionaire who is financing the whole operation, in which case you have the extraordinary coincidence that just when the Texas millionaire had lined up a guard to kill Kennedy, somebody comes in and does it all on his own, and that guy is sort of a dumb leftist with extremely anti-Zionist impulses. Now, is there a sense in which we should properly understand the refusal of the Los Angeles Police Department to reopen the case, rooted in a suspicion that there is a presupposition working and influencing the activities of the revisionists?
What I would rather do is not try to explain things I don't know about, such as what Jesse Jackson knows or doesn't know about Memphis. I love Dr. King. And
you can be arrogant one more time and say you suspect he has no evidence that the FBI and CIA killed Martin Luther King.
Since I have no evidence either way, if I said that, it would only be half true. I have no evidence that he has any basis
for
saying.
Indulge the presumption of innocence for old time's sake.
The only comment I would like to make about Memphis, since we're on it, is that I do think that the jurisprudential system would be better if James Earl Ray, having said that he did not do it and that he was misled into confessing and never having had a trial, were to get a hearing so that one could find out whether he has any basis for saying that. I think that I'm troubled that somehow or other...
I thought he did get a hearing. The judge turned him down.
They turned down his application. I haven't seen the opinion. I only saw the newspaper account, but apparently they feel that there's not enough of a basis to determine whether he has, in fact, any grounds to make these allegations.
What is that legal quorum something?
That's California, writ of vera coram nobis, but he wanted a writ of habeas corpus. In other words, what I'm saying about Memphis, and I'm afraid I'm getting off into what I oughtn't to get off to because I don't know anything about it, beyond the fact that it would seem to me useful. You know the Miranda decision and how that was used so that if you're in a police station and you I don't mean to mock it, but if you don't get an attorney in time to save you from saying your name in vain, you're in a situation where you might get another trial. Well, here's a man who was convicted of one of the seminal murders of our time, who didn't have a trial, who says that he in fact didn't do it, and who wants to have an opportunity to explain that set of facts. And it seems to me it's in everyone's interest to allow that to happen, not because in the end he may turn out to be right, but because not following it up with the opportunity to hear him raises doubts. So without indulging further into what I don't know about, let me tell you why Los Angeles seems to me so compelling that it needs to be reopened and that there is no excuse for the district attorney to refuse to do what's necessary to find out what happened. May I just add to that I tried for years, I think you may know, to get the district attorney and the authorities in Los Angeles to do the minimal scientific testing that needs to be done without any publicity. For a year, I refused to say anything publicly about it and pleaded with them to test Fire Sirhan's gun, to get the ceiling panels where there were 3 bullet holes so they could be studied to see if they were entrance bullets or exit bullets, because if they're entrance, there are at least 10 bullets, you see. I don't mean to run ahead of the narrative, but my hope was that these things which don't require manpower or publicity require simply a willingness to conduct scientific tests that can be done literally in a half an hour. But the authorities would want to do that because that seems to me the way to solve these doubts without making
But
an
if
ideological
one of those
fight.
authorities was here now, what he would say to you is, I would go along. I think he would say to you, I would go along if I agreed with you that that simple test would establish your point. But even in the article at Harper's Magazine pleading your position on it, an expert is quoted as saying forensic science is a lot softer than forensic scientists would care let on, and also quotes somebody who was critical in affecting your judgment, Mr. Harper, as saying that he really has no reason to believe that the firing of this gun is going to yield you conclusive results. All it might do is lodge the whole case in perpetual historical ambiguity.
Where it, I think, is now. Let me say it this way.
Well, that you may. Well, no, it's res judicata now, anyway. And
let me. Perhaps it would be clearer for the audience if I listed very quickly the central hard facts that seem to me to require some explanation, and then we can discuss whether they can be pursued to get explanations that would be helpful.
Yeah.
First,
would it disrupt you if, after you list them, I just give a little bit of what quickly, just in one sentence, what the Los Angeles Police Department says about that one point?
No, it would be important to do that. I would hope you would do that. I would hope they would do that. I suppose the first point, and the one that they continually misstate the most, if I may anticipate what they're going to say, has to do with the autopsy and the eyewitnesses. The autopsy, which is uncontested and signed by 3 of the best forensic pathologists in the armed forces who were flown out because of Dallas so they could be there and not repeat the confusion of Dallas, as well as the coroner of Los Angeles County. The autopsy says that the bullet that killed Senator Kennedy entered at 1 inch from behind his right ear, and that he was hit by 3 bullets, all of them fired at point-blank range. A 4th went through his right shoulder pad. Now, the eyewitnesses, every credible eyewitness insists that what they saw was that Sirhan was standing at an average of 2 feet to a yard away and in front. And when you tell them that the bullets went in from behind at 1 inch, they flatly say that there is no way Sirhan could have fired those bullets.
Why is Vincent DiPiero not a credible witness?
Well, partly because he's changed his story 4 times, but partly because in even his present explanation, I've spoken to him, he still can't place the gun at Kennedy's head.
But he said he lunged. He said he lunged.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that that lunge doesn't appear in DiPiero's testimony at the grand jury or the trial or in anyone else's description.
Maybe he didn't think it was important.
He was asked.
Oh, he was?
His description
He was asked, did he lunge? And he said no?
He was asked what he saw Sirhan doing, and he said he rose on tiptoes. That is his exact description of the act at the time. But DiPiero also was not the person closest in. He was removed from the actual shooting. The people closest in, and it's worth perhaps stressing this point, there were 2 men that were closest between Sirhan and Kennedy. One was the assistant major D, Carl Euclid. Los Angeles County now said on national television, told me repeatedly that Carl Euchre was the authority for his saying the gun was at Kennedy's head. Carl Euchre says the precise opposite and is very emphatic about it. The gun, Mr. Euchre says, was in front of his nose, Mr. Euchre's nose, and that it was between, he thinks, 1.5 to 2 feet. He says, I don't want to pretend I had, in effect, a tape measure to tell you exactly, but I will tell you there is no way that that gun was ever point blank to Senator Kennedy. I'm puzzled why Mr. Bush continually misstates what Euchre has said, because it's clear that Euchre said it at the grand jury and since. The other man closest in was a man named Richard Lubick, who was a television producer in California. His testimony at the trial was used to establish Sirhan's intent. He testified that Sirhan said, and now Robert Kennedy, you son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you, or words to that effect, right before he began shooting. Lubick went down with Kennedy. That is, when Kennedy went down from the bullet, Senator Kennedy's blood is all over Lubick's shoe, left pant leg. You can see the photographs of Lubick there. And his testimony, also explicit and given then, but not in the trial, is that the distance was at least 2 to 3 feet, and that as he went down and turned around, he saw another gun behind Kennedy, drawn and aimed. And that testimony, he tells me, he gave the authorities at the time, and they told him, as they told Euchre, that they were wrong, and then misquoted them publicly. So, on the eyewitness...
Mr. X agrees that he pulled up his gun, which, by the way, was allegedly a 38, not a 22. But that he didn't get a chance to shoot. He was going to shoot it at Sirhan. But there's nobody who suggests that this guy was anything but much further away from Kennedy than Sirhan. So how could he be the guy who shot 1 inch away? If there was a grassy knoll theory on the Bobby Kennedy business, then you might say, well, from way back, it was a guy who was taking a very careful beat on Kennedy, was the guy who did it. But don't you have a special difficulty having established the 1 inch thing, that nobody saw a guy with a gun 1 inch from Kennedy? Piero says it would be impossible for there to be a second gun. I saw the first shot. Kennedy fell at my feet. His blood spattered on me. I had a clear view of Kennedy and Sirhan. Isn't it difficult to suppose that somebody else getting that close to Kennedy would not have been noticed?
Actually, he was noticed, and he was that close. The man's name, the guard that you're talking about, was, by his own testimony, holding Kennedy's elbow, standing precisely at the place from which the bullets entered Senator Kennedy. He also acknowledges pulling his gun and says he didn't fire it. He says it was a 38. No one ever tested it. He admits he owned a 22, which he says he sold in February 68, but the man he sold it to says he bought it in September 68 and has a receipt to prove it. I don't want to sound as if I'm doing to this guard what I think would be utterly unfair, which is to present a case against him in public. What I'm saying...
Well, that's why I called him Mr. X.
That's right.
Are you saying that when he was spotted raising his gun ostensibly to shoot at Sirhan, he was 1 inch away from Kennedy's head? His gun?
At the time that he was seen, yes. He was walking literally directly behind Kennedy. And when the gun was seen, Kennedy was already down on the floor. So there's no telling. In other words, he was not at that moment 1 inch from Kennedy, who had gone down. But he was walking directly at that point when the shooting began. And the interesting
why
thing...
Why would he shoot a bullet at somebody who was already had 3 bullets in him?
Well, you see, the question is, did he have 3 bullets in him, or did those bullets come from someplace besides Sirhan?
But something made Kennedy go down.
That's the question, what did?
Well, are you saying that none of the bullets that entered Kennedy or incapacitated him were fired by Sirhan? Not one of them?
I think it's possible that the one through the shoulder pad was fired by Sirhan. I think that the interesting question about that is that I've been trying for a year to find out from the police whether the bullet that went through Senator Kennedy's shoulder pad went front to back or back to front, which is a crucial question. If it went front to back, then you have the bullet going front to back through the coat, and the bullets exiting his chest and entering his neck and his head going back to front, which would suggest 2 guns.
Well, not necessarily. If in fact he was swirling to shake hands with an employee, as several people have testified, right?
The testimony is the opposite, that he was shaking hands with the employee, and it started coming back this way. Euchre had pulled him by the wrist and had him by the wrist and was pulling him. Euchre says, he said, "We're late, Senator, we have to move on." And as Euchre was pulling him, the shooting began, so that he had come back from the handshaking and was facing in this direction when the shooting started. But let me just quickly make the other 2 issues that are, because I think by the eyewitness testimony itself, one doesn't know enough. Eyewitnesses can be confused, and there is always the difficulty of panic and chaos at a moment of great trial like that. So I list that simply to start out by saying that when the district attorney says flatly, as he does, that all the eyewitnesses say that they saw the gun at Kennedy's head, that is a flagrant misstatement. The eyewitnesses say the opposite. And it ought to be clear that one should not rest the conclusion that the district attorney is correct on a deliberate misstatement of what the eyewitnesses have said. The other 2 points, which are, I think, essential and in some ways more important to perceiving why I want the scientific test conducted, are first that the bullet removed from Senator Kennedy's neck, which was almost undamaged, according to the best ballistics experts who have examined the bullet or the special photographs of it, doesn't match the bullet removed from Mr. Weisel's stomach, he being one of the 5 bystanders who were shot. Now, their basis for saying that isn't just soft ballistics guessing as one would suggest psychiatry might be or something like that, although I think that there is always a margin for doubt in these areas. What Professor McDonald, for instance, says, who is at Elmira College, and I suppose is as well known in this field as any man in the world, his position is very simple. The bullet removed from Kennedy's neck had one cannelure on it. It was a .22 long rifle mini-mag bullet with one cannelure. The bullet removed from Mr. Weisel's stomach had two cannelures. Sirhan's revolver had 8 cartridge cases in it. All of them were manufactured by the Cascade Manufacturing Company of Lewiston, Idaho. Professor McDonald, in a lengthy correspondence, determined that the Cascade Company never manufactured a one cannelure bullet, one cannelure .22 mini-mag long rifle bullet. And the question that Professor McDonald raises is very clear and very important. How did a one cannelure bullet get fired from a 2 cannelure cartridge case? And if there's an answer to that question, then what we want to do is to test that answer, see if it can be, in fact, squared with that difficult, hard fact.
Well, they as I understand it, they comment that the survival of the cannelure can depend on a number of variables, including different degrees of lubrication and all that kind of stuff. As I understand it, even Dr. Harper, who was the first skeptic on the matter of the bullets, feels that the cannelure problem and even the rifling angle are not necessarily going to be solved by refiring.
Refiring is a separate question.
Or swaging, you can swage, yeah.
I don't want to go too long on any one thing because there's so many, but on the cannelure issue, the best ballistics people, well, let me start with the forensic pathologists having their convention in Chicago, where they all were collected, and they had a panel on this question.
How long ago?
In February. You and I, of course, are not authorities on ballistics, whatever else we may know a good deal about the case.
Authorities on Vietnam.
Right. Perhaps about ballistics in Vietnam. But the question of what, in fact, forensic pathologists can determine is something that I would trust them to know more than we would. And what their panel came to the conclusion was that the ballistics evidence in this case isn't definitive, which is what we've said from the beginning when we raised these questions. But that in the present state of that evidence, it's extremely difficult to understand how Sirhan's gun could have discharged the bullet that killed Kennedy. And therefore, what they've called for at their panel in this convention is the same thing that Paul Schrade and I called for, which is the impaneling of a study by experts, impartial experts. The head of the forensic pathologists nationally, Dr. Joling of Arizona University, is in favor of having that done, as is Dr. Weck, the coroner of Allegheny County, and others. So what we're saying on the ballistics is not that we know for sure, even though Professor McDonald is explicit that the bullet in Kennedy's neck couldn't have come from Sirhan's gun. The general position that we've taken is simply that there's enough question about it that it ought to be examined, and if you're right, or if you're quoting the authorities, if they're right, that you can't determine it, at least you make that effort to find out if you can or can't determine it.
In the case of Sacco's pistol, after all, which was fired again, what, 25 years after, apparently, it totally dissipated that one doubt.
That's right.
That wasn't the weapon that
That's
killed
exactly
the guard.
And I haven't gone into the issue of Sirhan's gun being fired, which is separate from the cannelure problem. Let me take a moment on that. The trial, as you remember, didn't deal with these issues because Sirhan's attorney announced that he had murdered Kennedy and that the issue was his sanity, that is, his mental competence. So none of this evidence was entered into the trial at all. What did happen was that the forensic, ballistics expert for the Los Angeles Police Department, Dwayne Wolford, entered as Exhibit 55 bullets that he said were test-fired into a water tank from what he said was Sirhan's gun. He testified under oath that those bullets matched the bullet removed from Kennedy's neck, and therefore that there was no other gun in the world that could have shot Robert Kennedy except Sirhan's gun, the gun that was test-fired into the water tank. Mr. Harper, whom you quoted, and who is the one man, I suppose, above all else, whose efforts should be credited with raising these questions effectively, he studied that envelope and discovered that Exhibit 55, where it said serial number of gun test-fired, had the number H18602 on the envelope.
Instead of 753-725.
Right, instead of H53725, which was Sirhan's gun. Now, Mr. Harper then said to the authorities, but wait a minute, you have sworn, it is in the sworn record of the trial, that the gun that killed Robert Kennedy is H18602, which is not Sirhan's gun. Now, the authorities said, well, that was a clerical error. The numbers were copied wrong. You can understand that 53725.
But that's terribly plausible, isn't it?
Well, I accept that as a plausible explanation provided, and this is the question that we've raised. Mr. Harper said, that's fine, it's a clerical error. Now, get H18602 and test fire it again. We'll see. It's that simple.
And it's missing.
And it's been destroyed. Yeah. Now, at that point, just to finish this sequence...
But it was a Los Angeles Police Department gun.
No, it was a gun in their possession.
1862.
Yeah, it was in their possession. It wasn't their gun.
Oh, you mean it might have been one that they got that night from somebody?
I don't know where it came from in the sense that I
thought it was a standard inventory of things that
it was a gun that was captured in some holdup, they say.
Yeah.
Now, the only point I'm making about the guns is not that I want to impugn the poor fellow who can't copy numbers. That I'm prepared to accept.
Or just transpose it.
Yeah. What I am saying, though, is that since at that point H18602 has been destroyed, properly, I suppose, but in any case destroyed, since the bullets in that Exhibit 55 are identified as coming from H18602, and
better find out if they're really 537205.
That's right.
Yeah.
So get H537205 and fire that into a water tank. And it's at that point that the police, the district attorney, refuse. So what our position is on the ballistics is test fire. Sirhan's gun, which they still have, which, as you say about Sacco's gun, has not corroded or changed. Itself unless someone's been tampering with it. Find out whether those bullets match the bullet from Senator Kennedy's neck. If they do, there is a tremendous stride taken to remove these doubts. But to refuse to fire that gun when the sworn testimony is that another gun was responsible for his death is to put the whole thing under an enormous cloud.
Let me ask you this. Why doesn't Sirhan help you on these matters? He presumably either thinks that in fact he was the guy who killed Kennedy, and would be terribly surprised if you established that his marksmanship was poor while somebody else's was better, or he's amused by what you're doing and considers it, you know, sort of a gentleman's smoker, you know, trying to solve an interesting mystery, or he's just simply too stupid to understand what you're doing.
He is asked for another trial, as you may know. He has publicly said how grateful he is that we're trying to reopen the case, and he's asked, what he says
But has he helped you? Has he helped you concretely?
No, he hasn't helped in the sense that if he knows anything, he hasn't told what it is.
Why not?
That I don't know. I don't know the man.
Let's assume that he doesn't know about this other operator,
right?
Who was coming independently, but surely he could give you some factual details that would be helpful, couldn't he? On these specific items of information?
If he is involved in a conspiracy, I don't know that he is.
Yeah.
If he is, then obviously he knows or should know a good deal.
In which case we would assume he would not help you.
Yes, because you see, if that's the case, under California law, he's guilty of murder even if he didn't fire the fatal
That's right,
shot.
yeah.
Let's assume...
Incidentally, would his sentence be substantially changed no matter what was proved? I mean, even if he didn't kill Kennedy, he shot at him, tried to kill him, and did
shot
put
5
8
other
bullets
people.
in quite a lot of other people.
Right.
Would his sentence be significantly different?
I think so. I think he wouldn't get life. I mean, in effect, he's now there forever, and I think that there would be a sense that having shot 5 people, none of
sort
them
of a
died.
reward for bad marksmanship?
Or at least what it would be a recognition that under our law, if you don't succeed in a desperate attempt to do something wrong, you don't pay the same price if you do succeed.
I see.
But the case of the... Let me just add about...
But if it's a conspiracy, then it would be an equal sentence.
If it's a conspiracy, then he is as guilty as if he were the fatal marksman. Because
So therefore he would want to downplay any knowledge that he might have as a conspiracy and not give that to you.
That's right.
Now, is he in a position, hypothetically, to give you information that would help you in furthering this case in the courts, or even in the court of public opinion, which would on the one hand help him, but on this other hand not reveal any implication of a partner?
I don't know.
Not even
My sense of the case is that since Sirhan was not an innocent bystander improperly imprisoned, he was there, he was shooting, even with the concern I have for justice to an individual, the issue is so much broader than him that to identify this as an effort to get him off would be unfair to the case and probably misleading about him. You see,
So you can't really approach him in the sense that it's sort of an ex parte...
That's right. It would be improper, I think, because the interests that I'm concerned about might turn out to be antithetical to his.
Yeah. Well, nothing could be more
I've spoken to his mother,
now, right?
who is, I think, a marvelous woman, a remarkable lady of courage
sort
and
of
compassion.
a Mrs. Oswald type?
Hardly.
Oh, really?
Although I've never met Mrs. Oswald. My sense of the...
sort of swearing by her son's innocence type.
Yes. She's worked very hard, spent a great deal of money that she has no access to try to help him.
Did she steal it?
Well, she's earned it.
Oh, then she did have access to it.
Not the size of money that she needs to do it well, I think. But my point about Oswald, about Sirhan, is simply this, that if in the course of these inquiries we do something which ends up helping him, that's fine, but the purpose is not that. The purpose, as we said at the beginning of the program, is to find out what shapes history in the United States. If we don't find that out, you see, if he were convicted in another trial, suppose he got another trial, you still wouldn't know if he'd acted alone. If he were acquitted, you wouldn't know who did it. So that the place to determine the questions we're raising is not, in my view, in a courtroom. It's just simply not the kind of thing which can be determined by retrying Sirhan, much as I'm concerned about his rights. Oh, wait, you know, I never did the third item of this, which I think is a compelling part of the picture, because otherwise we end up without, as I hope the audience and others that study this case gradually see, it's no one thing that makes this such a compelling problem. It's the totality of it, and the third part is an essential part, I think maybe the most single compelling part, which is that Sirhan could only shoot 8 bullets. 5 were recovered from the other victims. 2 were recovered from Senator Kennedy, 1 from his head and 1 from his neck. A 9th bullet, or let's call it, I don't know how you want to number it, but another bullet went through his shoulder pad, and yet another bullet came out through his chest. 3 ceiling panels were removed with bullet holes in them, and there was a bullet in a door frame that was identified by 2 police in a wire photo. Now, you take those bullets and you say, how did all of those bullets get fired? How did those holes happen out of that small number of shots? And you get an enormous number of ricochets and changes. And the one point, rather than try to detail all the switches in that set of explanations that I've heard from the police and the district attorney and others, the one point I'd like to leave you with as a person of enormous concern about the facts is that if the bullet that went through those bullets, that went through those ceiling panels, are all entry bullets. There are 3 holes in the ceiling, 7 in the victims.
There are too many bullets.
There's too many bullets. So to explain that, the police have to say this.
You got to find some coming out.
That's it. That's the irreducible minimum you have to do, is to have the bullet that went through the first
Do these
ceiling.
panels exist? Do they preserve somewhere?
They were taken into evidence and presumably do. They're an inch thick, almost an inch thick. And
so they would give you unambiguous...
That's the point. That's the point. That you could get experts to study those panels, those bullet holes. If the police version, the current version, is correct, that a bullet went up through a panel, bounced off the floor above, came back through the second panel, each of those being an inch thick, and then took off and hit Mrs. Evans in the head. She was standing in the pantry door 20 feet away. Well, let's find that out. But since Mrs. Evans' testimony is that she lost her shoe and was leaning over putting it on, and since she was hit by a bullet in the forehead which lodged in her scalp, and since that bullet had 31 grains in it when it was removed from her scalp, having started out with 39 grains, I think that makes the bullet in Dallas look relatively inactive. And I'm just saying that we ought to find out.
If it had been around.
Yeah. This bullet has a remarkable history. And without that history, you have two guns firing. So it's this totality of the evidence of all these things that make me feel...
Now, do you... I know that everyone seems to be agreed that the Los Angeles Police Department did less than a thorough job on this, probably for the reason that they took as much for granted the guilt of Sirhan as they assumed that they assumed that Jack Ruby was guilty for killing Lee Harvey Oswald. But there is, in fact, 10 volumes, as I understand from you, 10 volumes of data.
Right.
Now, could you simply, by seeing those 10 volumes, answer the question about the ricochets, or would you need to see the original proceedings?
I've asked to see the relevant parts of those 10 volumes, and we're not allowed to for some reason. I don't know why. We may, under the Freedom of Information Act, take steps to get legal access to that evidence. But you see, the basic difficulty that we're dealing with is that I've assumed from the beginning we should proceed on the least possible sinister interpretation of everything. And
right.
If you raise legitimate questions, if you make suggestions that are sensible and limited in their time and money, such as test firing a gun, getting the ceiling panels, doing a neutron activation analysis of the bullets and so on, if you suggest these things, that the authorities would cooperate. So we've never viewed this as a sort of antithetical procedure.
Yeah.
We're getting to the point now where, of course, that...
Well, you may have to go
we may have to
route.
do that. We may have to go the other route.
Well, now, since we know that Sirhan's own lawyer assumed Sirhan's guilt, and that Sirhan did not object to his own lawyers making that stipulation in front of the court, it would hardly surprise us that the prosecution would assume his guilt.
Right.
Therefore, it suggests that any sort of mix-up up until quite recently was a matter of sloppiness rather than guile.
Yes. Let me make a minor...
So therefore, that suggests that all of this labeling and so on and so forth was completely innocent.
I have wanted to believe, and still want to believe, that what you're saying is the fact that there was the inadvertent carelessness that comes when everybody knows something and you don't follow up because you know it. I'm certainly as guilty of that as the Los Angeles Police. I wouldn't want to point a finger at anybody who assumed Sirhan was guilty because that was part of my attitude. He did not, however, just as a footnote, he did not accept that definition of his role consistently. He sometimes said one thing and sometimes another. And what he now says, which I think is the truth, is that he's not clear about what happened. For whatever reasons, he's saying that now. His lawyer in the original trial, Grant Cooper, has said that if he knew then what he knows now, he would have taken a different defense. He would have gone into these questions at the trial. So what we're now dealing with is not an effort to impute retroactively bad faith or sinister activity to anyone. But if at this point, given these facts, which are now available and clear, we can't get the simple tests conducted which would at least tell us whether we can find out what happened, then one gets into a situation which raises very, very difficult questions. So I think as a spokesman for the authorities, what I would do, what I would hope they would do, is to say we welcome the opportunity now, as all authorities should, to find out the truth about this by the testing of the gun and so forth. And if they would do that, it may be that that would obviate any further problems, because I and others who feel as I do would stand with them if these tests produced not perhaps final and utterly conclusive, but leading material that suggested that those panels and that gun and so on could be fitted into these odd circumstances. What our problem today is, and I mention this because it's part of the reason that I'm grateful to you for giving an opportunity for these facts to be aired, is that we can't get the American people to understand that it is not kooky, it is not irresponsible, it is not flamboyance or dogma to raise these questions. These are questions which have to be faced. And when we can't get those facts presented to the public, when the Forensic Pathologist Convention goes unreported, when Stern magazine does a month study and concludes on its cover that the real murderer of Robert Kennedy is still free, and that isn't reported, when the eyewitnesses, Mr. Lubick and Mr. Euchre, make public finally the statements that they had told the police about what they saw, and it doesn't comport with what Mr. Bush has said, and that's not published, then you get to the problem of how do we get these facts to people, not because we know the final answer, but because these questions are not clear, not irresponsible. And we're dealing with an effort now on the part of the authorities to deal with these questions by impugning the questioners and ignoring the questions. And that's not the way to handle this case. So when my wife said the other day that I'm now in transit from being former congressman to being current kook, and you have that sense as you listen to the way in which anyone who raises these questions is stigmatized because some people who are in fact irresponsible said things that were untrue. Therefore, none of us should raise these questions. And that problem of political timidity and of journalistic nonfeasance, it troubles me very much. So what I'm trying to suggest is that at this point, without stating anything more than the questions, I think we have a right to expect serious people to support our demands that these questions be dealt with honestly.
Who has the authority to overrule the prosecutor? Is it the prosecutor who refuses to make these tests? Who has the authority to overrule?
If it was through a judicial proceeding, it would have to be on a writ granted by the courts.
And what about politically?
Politically, it could
governor?
be the Congress could, the state legislature of California. There are legitimate areas for inquiry on the part of legislative bodies or executive. I think the Attorney General of the United States could seek the U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles and conduct an investigation. You could get a grand jury impaneled. There are an abundance of ways to go into these questions.
Who is the superior of the prosecutor in Los Angeles?
There is no direct superior.
Not even the governor?
No. I think he could be superseded in the event of corruption. I don't know the California law, but on the basis of simply the handling of a case, there is no direct person that has jurisdiction over him.
There's no equivalent of the Attorney General?
The Attorney General of California was the prosecutor of Sirhan at the time of the trial, Mr. Edward Youngman, and his position has been the same as Mr. Bush, yes.
But he could order it?
Oh, yes. The Attorney General of the state could order it. The Attorney General of the United States could order it. I would assume that since this was a candidate for President of the United States who was killed, that the federal laws are as available for utilization as the state laws. As you said at the beginning of the program, I had great problems dealing with this because Robert Kennedy was, to me, like millions of people, I think the most promising and perhaps beloved person of our time. And the Kennedy family has been through more than any family, and I didn't want to raise these questions publicly because I knew it would be more pain for them. And many of the people closest to this history have not been willing to be involved because of that important consideration. And so none of us, I think, without minimizing the value of those who were smarter than we were and raised these questions persistently during the years that we didn't, none of us are having any recriminations about the way the case was handled. Nobody is trying to blame anybody. Nobody that I know of wants to simply get into a sort of cockfight over the dogmas that one hears at every point. All that we're saying is, look, here are the facts. The bullets, there are too many. Explain that some way. The bleeding forensic pathologists don't think that the ones that have been fired and tested match. Let's get that studied and find out. Let's make the scientific effort with the gun, with the panels, with the clothing that can be done. And at the end of that, if we find, as you suggested we might, that it's inconclusive, we've done at least what we need to do to find out that it's inconclusive.
Yeah.
But if it isn't inconclusive, wouldn't it be horrendous to go into another presidential election without knowing whether a group of conspirators may exist in this country who, at moments of political decision, influence the course of events improperly? It just seems to me that that's something. I read a piece by Mr. Victor Gold, who, among other things, gave us some of Spiro Agnew's more memorable phrases. And he now says that my contribution is that I'm making Norman Mailer look relatively sane by raising these questions. With all deference to the sort of cleverness of that line, it seems to me that he, Victor Gold, everybody that cares about democracy ought to be joining now and saying these are questions that should be dealt with, not by epithets and recrimination, not by suspicions elevated to sort of charges. A man from a major newspaper in this country said to me the other day that if you will say the CIA did this, of course we can give a lot of coverage to it. And I had to say to him, I don't think that's a reasonable thing to ask. I don't have the slightest evidence that would support that. I would never be able to make that statement and sleep at night because I'd be doing exactly the reverse of what we ought to do. And so, although I understand the enthusiasm for sort of allegations that go beyond what we know, I hope that the people who feel as I do, and as I hope as you do, that we need to get these facts regardless of where they lead, won't make charges they can't sustain and go way beyond what we now know. The facts are strong enough and hard enough so that we have every right to say we need to know what happened without trying to brand people or groups or organizations that we have no evidence to do that to.
Professor Jay Foley is a sociologist at the University of South Carolina. Mr. Foley.
In recent years, the bystanders to the assassination of Robert Kennedy have they had the same unusually high mortality rate as those who eyewitnessed John Kennedy's assassination?
No. The four of the bystanders have joined in requesting the case be reopened, and feel quite strongly that the facts don't fit. But they are alive and well, thank goodness. There's no sign of any of those types of things occurring.
What about the disappearance of Mr. X? Or has nobody looked hard for him?
Nobody with the resources that would make it fair to say he's disappeared. He might be selling milk in Omaha. I don't know what he's doing. He's not where he's easily locatable, and the media that have looked for him haven't found him. But I have never been willing to say disappearance, because that implies a deliberate purpose. So one of the things that we've asked the authorities is, where is he? And isn't it possible that now, since you never quizzed him on these questions before, the time has come to do that, perhaps to invite him to testify freely or put him under a lie detector if he's willing and find out what his role was, if any, and who else, if anybody else, he was involved with, why he was hired that day from the agency that produced him. As you know, he was hired, he was moonlighting as a guard. He was not, that was not his vocation. And beyond that, we don't know very much about where he's gone. We know that his views on the race question were very hostile to Senator Kennedy, whom he spoke of very hostilely, and he was a supporter of sort of views that are inflammatory on the racial question. But anyone that suggests that automatically means he should be suspected is doing something in reverse that I find very objectionable. Still, it would be most useful, since he was in the place from which the bullets came,
talk with him a little while.
To talk with him. Since he had the opportunity, since he had attitudes that were very hostile to Senator Kennedy, those things mean that at least you ought to get him to express clearly his version of the events that occurred.
As far as you know, is anybody trying to track him down?
Other than the media that I mentioned, no. I don't. We've done the obvious, looking in phone books in as many places we can get them. We tried calling people who might have known him. It's easy to get him through government process by a Social Security card and all that. That we don't have available to us. But I should think that the priority is not to find him. The priority is the scientific material, because I would assume that he would, when found, say he had done nothing. And when he said that, we'd be back at square zero if we don't do these other things too. So that's why there hasn't been a sort of energy expended on that to the extent that one day it may have to be.
Well, you could ask him if you want to take a lie detector test, for instance. Yeah. Professor Lee Jane Hevener is with the Department of Government. Professor Hevener?
I wonder, since you mentioned that you tried for a year before going public on this issue, if you can still feel confident that this is not a question merely of the pride of the prosecution's office and staff, but rather that there are external pressures being brought here, and some outside pressures being brought to bear to prevent a reopening of the case.
I don't, again, on the principle of the least sinister possible interpretation of everything, I don't know anything that would make me feel there were sinister pressures brought. I don't know. I would expect that at some point, if they continue to stonewall on questions of this kind, that they would raise that suspicion on themselves, because if they're simply protecting reputations, they're not going to succeed, in my view, by the kind of public misstatement that they keep making. Mr. Bush has been quoted publicly and repeatedly as saying that every eyewitness saw the gun at Senator Kennedy's head. Now that's just pure risk, because he's taking the gamble that nobody will ever pursue this. If he says that, no one will pursue it enough to know that that's a blatant falsehood. They've said that everyone knows there was no other gun in the kitchen, when they know perfectly well there's another gun, and they'll have to retreat from that position. So I think that they're being foolish in stonewalling on things where ultimately it's going to make them look worse, although they may be doing it simply because they figure that by doing that people will go away and only the unhinged will still stay interested. But I don't have any reason to think that there's anything more than reputations that they think they're protecting, and I think that's a misjudgment on their part if that's what they're doing. the question of the media, which we haven't gotten into, is even more baffling. It's worth at least mentioning, I suppose, that the Los Angeles Times, to this day, although it's run a lead editorial ridiculing what we've been doing and an editorial cartoon and run Mr. Bush's replies, which misquoted me, they've never run what I've said. They've never run what Mr. Schrade and I said at our press conference or in our reply to Mr. Bush. And that's the paper of general circulation in Los Angeles. So people in Los Angeles haven't known the seriousness and the quality of the difficulties that we've talked about.
Have you ever written a letter to the publisher of the Los Angeles Times and asked him why?
I haven't. I phoned, and I perhaps should put in writing these questions. I think that if I can make a coalition with you for a moment, that the conduct, not just of the Los Angeles Times, but of the Washington Post, has been very odd in this situation, because the Washington Post is, I suppose, the most respected paper in investigative areas because of its history in Watergate, and yet they ran an article which was utterly and totally inaccurate, saying that Mr. Harper himself had repudiated his findings on the ballistics.
Ron Kessler's article.
Yes, Mr. Harper, the opening paragraph of that was that the nationally known ballistics expert who first raised the question about the bullets coming from Saran now says there's no evidence to support these questions. Now, Mr. Harper not only never said that, because it runs counter to his whole effort for the last years, but wrote the Washington Post twice telling them that he hadn't said it, and they won't print those letters. And I have enormous regard for the purpose of the Washington Post, and I'm baffled.
Now you know how we Republicans feel when we write the Washington Post.
That's what I said when we have our new coalition. There's some good that comes out of all bad, I suppose.
Mr. Rick Skinner is a student at the University of South Carolina. Mr. Skinner?
Mr. Lowenstein, I think that there's a possible response, which evidently the Los Angeles Police Department and District Attorney have given you, that since you acknowledge the margin for error in forensic tests, and since you yourself have some serious doubts about eyewitness account, when you begin summing up these margins for error, it becomes a strong case, I think, can be made for the fact that opening up this investigation 7 years after the fact will offer you nothing conclusive.
Isn't it really the other way around? Isn't it that when you have no eyewitness who supports the official version, no major ballistic figure who agrees that the present state of the evidence supports the theory that Sirhan's gun was the fatal weapon, no way that you can account for the bullet holes and bullets coming from that revolver without having holes left over, that the prosecution's case is in shreds, and that with all of that, you've got to reopen it if you want to later rest these questions. If they can be answered, they are not answered the way they sit now. So it seems to me that in the interest of exactly what you're saying, that we ought to pursue these questions wherever they may lead. And I have to confess something that's really, I suppose, silly, but I still fantasize, when I'm not careful to look at the facts, that it was a lone assassin, that nothing else was involved. I do that because I was so conditioned to believing that. I suppose I want so much to believe it, that it's almost like having a crossed eye that goes off and you have to feel yourself pulling it back to go back to the facts. I find myself thinking, when I'm not careful, my goodness, there really is nothing to this. It's obvious that Sirhan did it. And then I think to myself, but wait, how could the bullet go in at 1 inch if he was standing, as Mr. Euchre tells me, with his gun in front of Mr. Euchre's nose? How could that possibly account? How could Sirhan himself have produced those holes in all those places from 8 bullets in a revolver? And when I focus on the evidence, which is what lawyers and thoughtful people are supposed to do, fair people, I have to say that my fantasy, that nothing else is conceivable, is that it's a fantasy, and that whether anything else happened or not, you've got to look to find out. So I would reverse your comment and say that, yes, it's marginal, and we've never made any statement beyond that. These are questions, not assertions. But the questions are so conclusive to the fact that they must be answered if we're to believe our present version of it, that we've got to pursue the case. That's the only thing I would say.
Well, having made a statement that dramatic, aren't you really inviting perpetual skepticism if the tests that you suggest go back and retroactively vindicate the prosecution?
If that were to occur, I can only tell you that I would make as dramatic and strong a statement, with your permission, on your show or anyplace else, supporting
but how could you? I mean,
if the tests...
Aren't you committed to the notion that Sirhan could not have killed Kennedy and didn't? And then, having really made that commitment, you all of a sudden become empirical and say, let's go through test 1, 2, 3 to find out whether what I say is true.
No,
but you can't challenge your own assumption here. You say it cannot be true.
on the present state of the evidence. But you've put your finger on the dilemma that we're in, and I think it's a good note to strike because it's so difficult to balance. If one does not, as I just did in response to your question, summarize where the present state of the evidence is, you sound silly to say there are these questions that need to be answered. If you do summarize it, you risk having people say you've come to a conclusion. The New York Times headline on my opening press conference said, Lowenstein says your study of evidence shows Sirhan did not kill Kennedy.
Which is a correct headline.
Which is an incorrect headline if you read the statement. What the
I read the statement thoroughly.
No, read it again then, because the statement says explicitly, on the present state of the evidence, it does not seem possible that Sirhan did it. But we want these questions dealt with. If, for instance, the bullets from the gun when test fired do match, if the ceiling panels explain or support the official theory, if we can figure out a way that all those bullets came from that gun, I think it's unlikely that those things can be done. If the neutron activation analysis shows the bullets were from the same stock of ammunition, if those things happened, I would say, look, all the other questions that exist, we've only touched on these three central ones and have omitted a lot of others. But let's say that on the strength of the fact that these central ones have been dealt with, I'm prepared to accept the rest as coincidences. So I agree with you that there is a thin line, but it is a thin line which I've very carefully trod. If you'll read that statement, you have it there, you'll see that it says, we raise these questions not because we know answers, but because on the present state of the evidence, the case doesn't hang together. And while I may hope, as I think we all would, that we can ultimately find out what the truth is, I know we can't do that if we don't make this effort to get these questions answered.
So there is a I was involved in a murder case, not as a defendant,
or as a victim,
in which the coroner said that the girl was killed between midnight and 1. But everybody knew that the defendant was home at 10. But he was convicted for murder, and he spent 15 years on death row, as a matter of fact. Now, I suppose I could have said, on the basis of the evidence, we cannot believe him to be guilty. Something has to budge, right? And maybe what you're saying is that the guy who said he was killed 1 inch off has to budge, or you simply have to assume that Pierrot was right when he said there was a lunge, or that the other people were wrong. But would you be willing to say that if, for instance, it were established that the fatal bullet actually issued from 53-725?
That would go a long way.
A long way.
A long way. If, in fact, I would say it this way, that if the questions we've raised, the ones that are subject to scientific testing, if the great preponderance of the answers to those questions supported the official theory, I would want then...
Then you would doubt the human testimony.
I would say yes, that at that point, if all that were left were 1/3 of the tripod that we talked about, if the other 2/3 collapsed, I would say there's going to be some modicum of concern. But we've done all we can do to find out, and I think on the basis of the fact that you live for the future and that we cannot go on endlessly with this because the evidence is more and more comprehensively supporting the official version, let's accept it and move on. But I would ask you in reverse whether it isn't fair to say, in the same spirit, that if, given the availability of these kinds of tests, done without great expense or effort, if those tests are not conducted, if one doesn't have to reasonably say that the failure to do that increases the fear that something more may have been involved than the authorities have been willing to admit, because...
Oh, not necessarily. I think that it can be a reflection of bureaucratic rigidity, not necessarily bureaucratic fear, because I remind you that the prosecution and the defense were united
at the time
on the basic axiom at the time.
Right. If you were in a political position, that's to say, if you were, you couldn't speak for your sainted brother, but if you were in an elective position, would you feel it was reasonable on the basis of these questions to attempt to get some forum for these issues to be dealt with?
My answer is in the affirmative, which is why I extended you this invitation. Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the panel. Thank you all.
Next week on Firing Line, Norman St. John Stevens, Margot Hentoff, and Father Joseph O'Rourke join Mr. Buckley for an exchange of opinion on abortion. printed, bound transcript of this program, send $1 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. That's $1 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. Production funding provided by public television stations, the Ford Foundation, and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. The greatest reward in life is the
We're in
chance to work
Salisbury,
hard and work.
Rhodesia, and during the next hour we'll be talking to Prime Minister Ian Smith. He is the one of the most controversial prime ministers in the non-communist world, the head of a very controversial government. He has a number of things to say about the Salisbury situation and the Rhodesian situation, which I think you will find interesting.
The following in black and white is a repeat of a program originally telecast on April 28, 1974.
Mr. Ian Smith is the Prime Minister of Rhodesia, an office to which he was elected in 1964. As the great crisis approached with Great Britain, the white Rhodesians, surveying the proliferation of black independent countries around them, including the two former partners in the Federation of Rhodesia, wanted independence for themselves. And indeed, as a practical matter, Rhodesia had been self-governing since 1923. But the government of Mr. Smith, the Rhodesian Front, spoke only for the white population of Rhodesia, a bare 250,000 people, 5% of the population, and Westminster said no. Whereupon at 11:15 a.m. on November the 11th, 1965, the government issued a unilateral Declaration of Independence, the UDI, the second such declaration by a former colony in Britain's history, the first being our very own, which was signed before the word unilateral was invented. England instantly branded UDI illegal, imposed boycotts, in which she was joined by many other countries. In 1965, 66, and 67, the United Nations voted sanctions against Rhodesia. To this day, her government is not recognized diplomatically by any country. All attempts at reconciliation with Great Britain have founded on the issue of the treatment of the black majority. Ian Smith was born and went to school here. During the war, he was among the dozen most conspicuously valiant soldiers. As a pilot, a partisan, a guerrilla fighter. After one accident, his entire face was recomposed by plastic surgeons. He returned to Rhodesia, completed his work at Rhodes University, entered politics, and was voted leader of a party which soon captured all the white seats in Parliament. Twice he was on the verge of successfully negotiating an agreement. Most recently and most spectacularly, he was rebuffed by the black Rhodesians who rejected the proposed concordat with Great Britain. He stands now as the head of a country beleaguered by economic sanctions and terrorist night riders. He is apparently unflinching. I should like to ask the Prime Minister, what would happen if, in Rhodesia, if, say, over the next 4 or 5 years, the vote, in fact, were given to every literate resident?
Well, I think a lot, excuse me, a lot would depend on your definition of a literate resident. It is a fact that we still have quite a large number of our indigenous people, the African black people, who have had a very scanty education. I do want to make that clear, and we have never denied this. However, we are doing our utmost to try to ensure that we give more and more of them a better and a better education. But we have got the tremendous problem that up to the time of the last war that you referred to, the majority of these people were not interested in education. In fact, you couldn't drag them to a school. After the war, there came about a revolution, and most of them decided that they would like to have an education. But there's no doubt you are aware this is easier said than done. There is the tremendous practical problem of providing the means to educate the people, the wherewithal, and not only the need to build, not only the bricks and the mortar, but of course without teachers to teach the children, then there isn't much point in providing the buildings. We pride ourselves on the fact that it is accepted. We give our African people a better standard of education in Rhodesia than any other country in Africa to the north of us. So I think this is an indication of how much we have tried and to what extent we have succeeded.
Well, you haven't made clear to what extent you have succeeded. What is the literacy rate in Rhodesia, in the black population at this point?
It's very difficult, again, to be precise. As far as most of the older Africans are concerned, the majority of them never saw the inside of a school. But today, there are very few who don't see the inside of a school. And we do believe in fairly high standards. I think this is the crux of our policy. We believe that democracy is a responsible thing, and that people who take part in it should acknowledge this responsibility, and therefore we have high qualifications, both educational and financial. So really, in answer to your question, we don't like the idea of one man, one vote, and even if we did accept it, it would take quite a long time, I believe, where the average African would be sufficiently educated to be able to make an intelligent contribution.
Well, I understand what you say, but I'm anxious to pursue the following distinction. I think most Americans, for instance, are sympathetic with the idea of a literacy test, which we had until quite recently. It was a qualification that was held to be illegal in the South because the thought was that it was abused, that people who were actually literate were nevertheless being denied the franchise. But it still strikes most people as a reasonable qualification. And when people talk about the disfranchisement of all of the black people, the point is very seldom made, but how many of those in fact meet standards which white people are required to meet? And that's why I'm anxious to hear from you what is the effective disfranchisement of people who in fact here in Rhodesia would meet the qualifications that a white man has to meet in order to vote? Is it 5%, 10%, 15%?
I would say, but this is a
guess.
Yeah. You must please accept that. I would say that at the moment it is around about 20, 25%.
Uh-huh. Now, then let me rephrase the question. What would happen if that 20 or 25% were given an effective franchise equal to the franchise exercised by the whites?
Well, they are entitled to that. There is nothing to stop them. It is a fact that the African lives under a different system to the one that we live in. The Western democratic system is something which is foreign to our Africans. They live under what is known as the tribal system. And they have their elected chief and the headman and the kraal head. And that person is their elected leader, you might say, and he represents them. And they accept the decision which comes from the council. And we find that they are not very interested in our system and very lethargic about taking advantage of the opportunities which are offered to them.
Well, what are the opportunities that are offered to them? Can they vote without distinction of color, assuming that they can establish their literacy?
Yes, they have exactly the same right that I have.
Well, now, are a certain number of seats in Parliament reserved for white occupants?
We have certain seats for whites and certain seats for blacks.
And what is the number in each case?
Well, there is nothing to stop the Africans having as many seats as the Europeans if they would qualify and come on for the vote. But they do have one peculiar preference which the Europeans or the white people don't have. There are special seats which are entrenched for them on a lower qualification, that is 16 seats out of a house of 66. But in addition to that, they are entitled to come on and obtain as many seats as the white men, providing they take the trouble to qualify.
I see. So therefore, hypothetically, the 25% of the blacks who are literate, should they all exercise their vote, could in fact fill all 66 seats. Because in fact 25% of 5 million is more than 250,000.
That isn't strictly the position. At the moment, under our Constitution, the Parliament is divided between black and white.
Oh, so certain seats are reserved for whites only?
Yes.
How many?
Well, half and half.
33 are reserved. 33 must be white, is that it?
No, 50. Now, the Africans, as they come onto the roll, could earn and win up to 50 seats, so that we got to a stage of parity. But at the moment, they enjoy 16 seats without earning them. Now, as they earn their seats, these 16 would count. And the ultimate would be a position where they would earn 50 seats, and the Europeans, the white people, would earn 50 seats.
And that is a technical possibility when?
It's very difficult to predict this because of the imponderables that I have mentioned to you, the fact that they seem uninterested in our political system. No doubt time will change this, but at the moment, it looks a long way off.
Well, theoretically then, let's see if I understand you correctly. Theoretically, in your next election, which must be within 18 months,
yes.
Assuming mirabile dictu, that all literate black Rhodesians voted, they would have absolute parity in the Parliament. 50 seats for them, 50 seats for you.
That is correct.
Now, the 69 Constitution to which I take it you are alluding,
yes,
you were prepared to modify how in 1971 when you met with Alec Douglas Hume and initialed a reform?
There were a number of points. Probably the most important ones were the manner in which people earn their right to seats in Parliament. At the moment, this depends on one's earning ability, one's financial contribution towards the fiscus of the country. Under the new suggested constitution, that yardstick is eliminated, and in its stead, we bring in a straight financial and educational qualification.
Could you describe that, Mr. Smith?
Well, for example, if you have a Form 2 education, if you know what that means 2 years in the secondary school, what we call senior school. It is, I suppose, standard 7 if you start right from the beginning. If you have 2 years of that, plus an earning capacity of around about $1,800 per annum, you qualify. If you have a higher educational qualification, 4 years secondary school instead of the 2 years that I mentioned, then your financial qualification drops from around about $1,800 per annum to, I think it's about $1,200 per annum.
Now, you're talking about the 69 or the 71 proposal?
71.
Proposal, I see. Now, this would modify the 69 arrangement in what way?
Well, it would facilitate the position as far as the Africans are concerned. Our black people, it would make it easier for them to come on to the roll and to gain more seats in Parliament.
Well, what I now don't know is what are the financial requirements under the 69 Constitution?
Well, the financial
1,800 for the 71 one.
The same financial qualifications apply to obtaining the vote.
I see.
But it is the earning of seats in Parliament which has changed. Under the present situation, the 69 situation, the seats are earned dependent on the contribution towards the national exchequer. Whereas under the new setup, that is completely eliminated. And the only factor which governs seats in Parliament is the number of people who come onto the roll in keeping with this qualification that I mentioned.
I understand. Now, how many black Rhodesians earn $1,800 or more per year, would you say?
Well, I would say it's around about the sort of figure that I mentioned to you. I should think
about 25%?
Yes.
So as things now stand, the 25% who earn $1,800 probably coincide with the 18% who are literate, correct? I mean, there's a rough correlation there, isn't there?
Yes.
And of that 25%, what percentage would you say, in fact, bother to vote?
1 minute left till the end of the shift.
5% of those, 10%?
About 5%, I would think.
Now, do you think that this is largely because of these tribal traditions you have described, or is it a feeling of impotence that results from their feeling that this is a white society governed by white people for the benefit of white people?
I don't believe that they are influenced by that. There are a few who are politically motivated, yes, the agitators, the political leaders, I don't deny this. But the vast majority of them openly say, we've always lived under a system where you have governed the country and we're satisfied with what you have done. We are happy under our tribal system, why don't you leave us alone? And quite frankly, when you go amongst them and see how they live, I think it is debatable as to whether our system is better than theirs.
Well, there's got to be some reason for the consternation that the mere mention of Rhodesia causes in many parts of the world. There is a general conviction that it is a racist society run for the benefit of white people. Now, this could be objectively true, irrespective of the question of whether the excluded blacks were perfectly contented. You would acknowledge that, wouldn't you?
Yes, I accept that this is a situation that exists, but I believe wrongly so. I think most of our critics have never taken the trouble to come here and find out the facts for themselves. It is interesting to note that the system that we now run has satisfied the British government, it did in the past, and only a year or two ago it satisfied Sir Alec Douglas Hume as the representative of the then Conservative government. They told us that they thought it was a very fair and a reasonable constitution.
Well, but you said that it satisfies the black community, and yet, in fact, the Pierce Commission found otherwise, didn't they?
Well, I think this is debatable. Pierce himself admitted that he saw less than 5% of the people, so it's difficult to assess opinion under similar circumstances.
George Gallup sees less than 0.5% of the people, and he's seldom off by more than 1%.
Well, unfortunately, I don't think this was carried out in the way that a Gallup poll should be carried out. This was carried out only amongst a very small section of the people, and they were mainly the dissidents, the people who were stirring things up. The great mass of the people, the contented Africans, were never consulted at all. I think the essence of a Gallup poll is that you must get a sample from all sections. That was where Pierce failed.
Well, you get a sample in the Gallup poll depending on what it is that you seek to accomplish. If you are trying to predict an election, then you sample voters, because obviously there's no point in sampling non-voting sentiment if you try to predict an election. Now, were these... let me ask you this. What could be the motives of the Pierce Commission in traducing their mandate? Their mandate, as I take it, was to find out whether, in fact, the people were enthusiastic about this.
Yes. Well, I don't believe they carried out the exercise in the correct manner. Unfortunately, I believe they found themselves the victims of the political agitators who went from meeting to meeting, first of all having prepared the ground and carried out quite a large amount of intimidation. And I think it's difficult for people who don't understand Rhodesia to understand that it is so very easy to intimidate people who live under the circumstances in which we find our African people. And this is precisely what happened. There were gangs of agitators who went from meeting to meeting. This was quite clear on all of the evidence that was produced, and they were seeing the same people time after time. In fact, some of the Pierce commissioners themselves commented on this.
Well, Ms. Smith, let me ask you for a little historical perspective here. After all, I come from a country that had slaves up until 100 years ago, and from a country that didn't permit a black man to play baseball until 1940 or whatever it was. So that I would be completely sympathetic with you if you objected that other people are always applying standards that are only freshly arrived at in their own case. But Mightn't it have been said 120 years ago in America that the slaves are perfectly happy, that they don't want emancipation, that Nat Turner was, after all, an anomaly? To what extent do you feel, as a civilized Rhodesian, by a part of the Western tradition, that you have a responsibility to stimulate an appetite for political equality?
Well, I believe that this is something that must be evolutionary. I think you turn this into a revolution to your detriment. You see...
No, I don't believe in revolution either, but...
Well, I'm just making my position quite clear.
Yeah.
What a lot of people don't understand is that really the advent of the European and his civilization to this part of the world only stems from about the beginning of the century. It's a very short time. And in that time, I repeat, we have done more for our African people than any other country in the African continent to the north of us. And they had their civilizations and the advent of the European there before they came to Rhodesia. For some reason or other, we were left right until the end. So I do say this in defense of what we have done here. Now, what people have got to accept is that of our African population, I doubt whether there are more than about 5% who really understand the meaning of a constitution as such under our democratic system. While they've had a certain amount of education and they can read and write and so on, the constitution and the political aspects are different. Now, I have heard many constitutional experts say that this 71 constitution that we produced here, we and the British government, is probably one of the most complicated constitutions that this world has ever seen. Now, how can you ask a mass of people who don't understand what even a simple constitution is, whether they approve of a complicated constitution, and whether they think it's the right one or not for their country? This is the predicament in which we found ourselves.
But that's the predicament of all democracies. Let me shoot something at you. There was a recent poll conducted in America at great length, and it was discovered that only 60% of the American voters know the names of their two senators, or know the names of one senator. Only 40% know the names of both senators, and only 25% believe that the Supreme Court is a branch of Congress. So, but democracy, as I understand it, is not really a political intelligence test. Thank God, otherwise we'd all be run by professors from Harvard University. But it is a means of saying no. And don't you imagine that in Rhodesia, as in America, most of the people who vote on the general business of whether they think well of you, and whether they think you're leading them in the right direction, not because of an intimate knowledge of your constitution.
I would go along with that, and perhaps to a large extent they vote on party lines. But these are people who have been brought up with and who understand the democratic system of government. I repeat, when you think that 70 years ago, most of these people had never seen a European or any Western civilization. They have not received any education in the democratic system of government. They are not interested in the democratic system of government. The American people basically have always lived under this system. Now, we are dealing with people who say, but we don't understand this thing that the white man has brought here. We live under the tribal system. We're quite happy. We're peaceful. Why don't you leave us alone? What do you say to them? You can't be left alone and peaceful. Whether you like it or not, you must come in and play a part with us. It's not an easy question.
Well, I'm very interested in your views on that, because I happen to believe that the pretensions of democracy tended to be oversold in the 19th century under Woodrow Wilson. But this is an argument that is not to be confused with the position that you oughtn't consciously to attempt to stimulate an interest in self-government.
Well, we do this. I think I made it clear to you. We do encourage these people to come in and take part. We have a system whereby we are educating them through a lower strata of government, rural councils, the same as you have your local government, as you do even under your American Constitution, I think. So for a long time we have been doing this. We've been educating them and stimulating them. And you know, quite a few of our people have got around the world a bit. They've seen how the rest of the world lives. Most important of all, they have gone to some of these countries to the north of us. And they have seen what the white man and his type of politics has done for those countries. You know, this magic term, one man, one vote, that all these countries shouted for. And many of the European countries in the world evidently thought it was necessary to give them this. For some reason or other, they seemed to have a bit of a guilt conscience over what the white man had done in Africa. With us, we're the very reverse. But I think the fact is in these countries to the north of us that while they started off with this wonderful thing of one man, one vote, they only had it once, because thereafter it became a one-party state, which in other words is virtually a dictatorship. Many of our African people have got enough sense to realize that that could happen here if we went too fast. In other words, if we changed what we believe should be an evolutionary system into a revolution.
Well, I think I understand what you say, but it becomes very difficult to adjudicate this question without some knowledge of A, are there spokesmen for the black community here? B, how do we know that they are authentic spokesmen? And C, what are they saying? Now, Bishop Matsuriwa, am I pronouncing his name right?
Yes.
As I understand it, he was opposed to the 1971 compromise, was he not? To what extent is he a spokesman of the African community?
Well, I believe he represents a section of African opinion, yes. But I think it's very difficult to assess his position truly at the moment because this organization which he represents has not come forth into the party political field and contested an election as such. So it is difficult to know. We have a number of other African political parties I repeat to you, they have 16 members of parliament sitting in our parliament today. And in addition to that, we have the tribal structure, which works up to the headman and the chief. We have a council of chiefs in Rhodesia with these, most of them elderly, distinguished gentlemen who meet with the government and give us the benefit of their views on how they think we should run the country. They have representations which the white man does not have. I believe that they have a very wide means of representing their views.
Well, I think that it is quite true that if the 250,000 white people in Rhodesia were to awake tomorrow with black skins, there would be absolutely no resentment over the fact that 5% of the country was really governing 95%. This would be rather more than in most African states. But that which reinforces the racial point really is the social habits of that 5%, probably more, in my judgment, in my experiences in America, and probably more than the fact of your political domination. Now, isn't it true that in the last few years you have come up with a whole series of petty apartheid-type regulations that are infinitely infuriating to a lot of black Rhodesians?
No, I regret to say that this is a story which the news media have put over, but it is a complete distortion of the situation. The African in this country has a lot more privileges and is a lot freer today than he was 10 years ago when this government came to power. And I can produce any number of black people who will vouch for this fact. We introduced a couple of pieces of controversial legislation, one of them particularly to do with our security situation, which involved the carrying of identification certificates. Now, this is legislation which has been in existence in Rhodesia for over 40 years.
White and black, or just black?
No, only black. And we've had this for 40 years. And one of the original reasons for introducing this was to ensure that the African, who in those days, the vast majority could neither read nor write, had a certificate on which the terms of his employment were written down. In other words, his contract of employment. And this was for his protection. The average white man could look after himself. I repeat, we've had this for 40 years. Now, what we did was to close a small loophole which had been thrown up because of the terrorist incursion which we have in a small corner to the north of our country. You see, I think it is worth pointing out that we have over 250,000 alien Africans who come to work in our country. A few years ago, it was 500,000 Africans who come from these countries surrounding us to the north. The politicians there claim that we don't give our black man a fair deal. But it's a funny thing that we have all of these Africans who leave those countries and prefer to come and work in this country and live in this country.
And what was the loophole?
The loophole was that these people were not carrying these identification certificates. Well, now, we made it clear quite a few years ago that it was our intention to make it obligatory for all Rhodesians, white and black, to carry these. And this is our intention. It is simply a case of getting around to the mechanics of bringing it in, the finances and the machines and so on.
I mean, it's a form of immigration control, really?
No, it's a form of identification of people within this country as well. The same as I believe Americans carry identification certificates, don't they?
No. In a word.
Well, I met an American once who told me
we
that he
didn't
did.
invent the passport.
Yes, I'm sorry, I met an American once who told me that he did, and he produced his certificate with his photograph on it.
It was probably an American Express card or something.
Maybe.
But you have to qualify for that. Well, could you describe, Mr. Prime Minister, what it is of a social character that a black Rhodesian may not do? I know that your colleges are integrated, your universities, correct? What about your secondary schools?
We have a thing that is known as a Land Apportionment Act, or a Land Tenure Act. And again, this is something that we've had ever since we've had it. It's something that the British government was party to. And when we obtained our virtual independence, responsible government, in 1923, this came in as part of our constitution. And it still is part of the constitution. And basically it divides the country into half for the black man and half for the white man. And again, the main reason for this was to protect the black man. Because if we had not introduced that legislation, you can rest assured that the white man with his superior skills and his superior finances would have probably owned 90% of the country today. So to protect the black man, we said no. Now the position today is still that this protects the black man. Now I don't deny that the day might come in the future when the position will be reversed, that it will give more protection to the white man. Maybe we'll continue with it then, but I think that will be for a generation after my time to deal with.
Now when you say protection, what you're saying is that the 50% of the land that is allocated to the white cannot be purchased by a black man, is that it?
And vice versa.
And vice versa.
And in fact, as far as the black man is concerned, most of that land is held under tribal trust. In other words, they don't even have to pay that land. It is just theirs.
But now, for instance, could a black man buy a lot in Salisbury?
No, because Salisbury falls in the white man's area. Just alongside Salisbury is a place called, just beyond Harare, is an African township where industry is growing now and homes and so on. Well, that is the black man's side of the line, and no white man can buy there. Seki, a place called Seki. So we have got this dividing line. We admit this. It's something that was agreed to. In fact, originally was the brainchild of the British government. All of a sudden, now that we're independent, it seems to be wrong. Whereas previously, when it was the idea of the British government, and while they were associated with us, it was right. We don't understand this sort of double standard, you see.
Okay, now what else? Are there, in the white areas, are there jobs that are excluded for black Rhodesians?
No.
They can be president of a company or anything?
Yes.
And can they have white subordinates?
Yes.
And what about living patterns? Granted that they're not allowed to own an apartment or a house, can they rent an apartment in any area of Salisbury?
Not in any area. Again, in certain areas which are set aside for them, even though it be a European area, we have gone so far as to say that they can buy the land. They can own the land and the houses. And I would like to show you certain areas in Salisbury here where there are Africans who have double, treble-story houses with private swimming bars and carport for 2 and 3 motor cars.
In white areas? I thought you said you couldn't do that.
Well, they can. 1 or 2 small areas that we have set aside and said, all right, you can buy land there. This is a concession.
Experimental.
A concession that we have made.
Now, but I see. But that land is absolutely theirs. It's not something you can take away from them.
No.
Now, what about restaurants? Are they allowed to patronize your restaurants?
Well, this depends on the owner. There is no government interference with this. The same as far as
I see. There's no law.
Hotels are concerned. If the owner wishes to bring them in, he can.
It's the way it was in America up until 10 years ago, in other words. And what about bars, for instance?
Same applies to bars.
I see. So therefore, there is no Rhodesian statute that enforces a social segregation other than in the ownership of land in certain areas.
In private life, then, the residents are able to decide whatever they want. As far as the public life is concerned, I would be surprised. I can't think offhand if there are places where the African is restricted. And yet, he was in many areas, say 10 years ago, before we came in as the government. Gradually, there has been a liberalizing of these things. And I believe that this is the correct policy, that you must do these things gradually as people wish to accept them. I think it is better that something like this comes from the heart than it is enforced by legislation, because if you have to enforce it, then it means it's artificial. It would be far better that it was genuine. We do have schools. You mentioned schools earlier on.
Yeah.
I don't want to evade any of your questions. Again, it has always been traditional here that we've had separate schools, the same as the land. And we still have basically this position today. And again, we think there are many advantages for the African, because as I mentioned to you earlier, he was left so far behind as far as education was concerned. If they were to come in today into the European schools, I think you would find that they would be way behind the Europeans. And I think this would cause unfair competition and perhaps a certain feeling of inferiority.
How come it works so successfully with your neighbor in Mozambique, where they have integrated primary and secondary schools?
Well, I'm unaware of the fact that it works successfully there. You may be right. But again, I would say too that for a long time their policy has been completely different to ours. They have had a policy known as assimilado. And of course, those people were in Mozambique, I think, 100 years before the white man came to Rhodesia. This is another point.
I see. Let me ask you, you touched for a moment on the fact of terrorism. you are undoubtedly aware that the International Institute for Strategic Studies recently released a projection that you would not, in fact, be able to, your government would not be able to survive protracted guerrilla war. I see that the statistics show that there have been more people, a total of 60 Rhodesians, killed and brutally killed in most cases, than were killed by the Mau Mau in Kenya. So my question is, what kind of response are these terrorists meeting among black Rhodesians? Is there cooperation with them, or are they helping you to resist them, or how does that stand?
No, I'm very happy to tell you, this is a genuine and an honest assessment, that the terrorists have failed to gain the support of the local people. And that is why latterly there has been a change in the direction of the terrorist movement. Originally it was aimed against the European people, the white people of Rhodesia. Today it is aimed basically against their own people, the black people. And the vast majority of those that you mentioned, that number, are black people. Because they have been unable to gain their support, they are now turning against their own brothers and murdering them. Excuse me, it's a tragic situation, but the one good thing about it is the fact that it is clear they have not gained the support of the local people.
Now, the two principal organizations manning the terrorist operations are, according to the Washington Post anyway, receiving all of their equipment from the communist nations, in one case Soviet Union, in the other case China. To what extent, first of all, how do you account for the fact that these organizations are receiving aid of some sort from, for instance, the World Council of Churches, from people in Europe and so on? Is it because you feel that their mission is not clearly understood, that they are purely liberators in the classic style? How do you account for that extraordinary sponsorship?
Well, I think my honest answer to you must be that I'm unable to account for this. I think I'm correct when I say that it is basically the Chinese who are supporting these people. I don't think the Russians are in this one at all. The Chinese have come into Tanzania and to Zambia. Not only do they supply these people with their materials, they also train them in the art of warfare. But how an organization like the Christian Council of Churches can support them, or any Western European government, is beyond my comprehension. I'm afraid I can't answer this.
Well, now, haven't you been having a certain amount of trouble along the Mozambique frontier? And if so, why is it that the Portuguese aren't in a position to successfully patrol and prevent the terrorists from launching attacks from Mozambique?
Well, again, I regret to say that this is something that I'm unable to explain. The terrorists have been gaining ground in Mozambique. I think it is the hope of the people in Mozambique that eventually they will get on top of this. They are embarking on certain policies. It is a fact, I believe, that the completion of the Cabora Bassa Dam will provide a certain amount of assistance, and we are hopeful that the position will improve there. But at the moment, this is one of our weak points. We were fairly successful in holding the line on the Zambezi, apart from sporadic hit-and-run raids. We now find that these people have come around and have come through Mozambique and caught us unawares there. And this has taken us a little longer than we anticipated. But I am completely confident that we will get on top of the problem and solve it.
Have you exercised the right of hot pursuit?
Yes, this is something which I gather is accepted internationally, and we have this agreement with the Portuguese. It is a mutual agreement.
And what about Zambia?
No, there is no such agreement. In fact, the Zambians boast of the fact that the terrorists use their territory.
What about Botswana?
No, I don't believe we have the same problem with Botswana, certainly not today. This is one of our problems, having one of our neighbors, Zambia, in a situation where they actually support, succor and aid the terrorists. It's the complications.
Have you captured any terrorists?
Raw material accepted.
Oh, yes.
Or only killed them?
No, we've captured a large number of
And from what tribes do they tend to come? You say they're not Rhodesians. Are they mercenaries, or ideological mercenaries, paid mercenaries, or?
No, I think they are people who come from this part of the country, around here to our north, basically.
Zambians?
No, from all around.
They are Rhodesians, then?
Some of them are Rhodesians from this part of the world here, where there are a number of countries that come together. You see, we have a line of demarcation in our northeast here, which is just an imaginary line on a map, one of these things that the white man did when he came here, when he was dividing the country. And there are tribes settled and who've lived all of their lives on both sides of the line, the dividing line. This is the sort of complication that we have.
And what do you think their motivations are? Are they ideological? Are they, as I say, liberationist in the classical sense, or what?
I have no doubt that a number of them are political discontents who believe that this is a quick, easy way to get to the top. On the other hand, we do know for a fact, and we've had this from many of the terrorists which we have captured, this is the sort of evidence which has been divulged in our courts here, that they were misled into leaving Rhodesia with promises that they would be given education. They were going to be taken to university in countries like China, Russia, and Algeria. And when they got to these countries, they were thrown into terrorist training camps. And ever since then, they've had somebody behind them, which has put them in a position where they were unable to get out of the predicament in which they found themselves. If ever an opportunity presents itself here, they do get out. A number of them have come across.
Now, you have a country here about the size of California, right? Well, that is right, approximately. With only 3,000 military, 3,500, something like that, and 8,000 or 10,000 policemen. How is it possible to patrol these frontiers if, in fact, you are resisting the mounting and pointed resentment of people who have access to the arsenal of Red China? How can you look forward optimistically to that struggle?
Fortunately, our task is made easy because of the fact that the mass of the people are on our side, and we don't have to fight the mass of the people. If we did, then the problem would be serious. But the mass of the black people are on our side and actually help us. We have many cases where they have personally themselves carried out very brave acts and have arrested terrorists and brought them in.
Why do you have only 1,000 black militia? Since there's obviously a shortage of police manpower.
Well, I'm not sure whether your facts are right, with due respect. I think we probably have more than that, but we have as many as we believe it is necessary. It is a fact that we are now expanding, both black and white. I'm sure you will understand that this isn't something that you can just do overnight. From the moment we decide to do this, there is a tremendous program of expansion which takes place. And we are now in the process of, for example, doubling our RAR, which is a very famous Rhodesian regiment of black troops, the Rhodesia African Rifles, who have a reputation from the last war and even the war before that. We are now doubling them.
To what extent have you relied on South African help?
The South Africans have made a contribution for which we have been very grateful, but it has mainly been a police role on particularly a certain part of the northern borders, where to begin with we found a subversive African organization which was trying to infiltrate through Rhodesia into South Africa. And it was when that took place that the South Africans suddenly realized that the further north they could throw their protective border, the better. And ever since they have been in with us, and I must make it clear we're very pleased to have them. It's nice to have your friends standing with you when you've got a bit of a problem.
Sure. I have read that some of the weapons that the terrorists are beginning to use are highly sophisticated. Where will you get complementary weapons?
Well, unfortunately, I can't tell you that one.
But you will get them?
Well, so far, I'm pleased to say that our weapons are superior to the terrorists, and as I see the situation before us, I believe we will be able to maintain this position.
Speaking of these delicacies, what about the sanctions that have been voted against you? To what extent have they been effective?
Well, I think it would be silly of me to claim that they have had no effect at all. But funnily enough, they have had beneficial effects as well as detrimental effects. There is no doubt that the economy of Rhodesia, the base of our economy, has been broadened tremendously because of sanctions. There has been an industrial revolution in Rhodesia. We are now producing and manufacturing goods which I am told by our industrialists we would not have been doing for another 10 years, for example, had it not been for sanctions. You know, when people are challenged, you always get a greater effort out of them. And moreover, there was a certain amount of protection, of course, that was associated with sanctions. Because we could not get certain articles, the protection was provided, and therefore the industrialists came in and started making these things. To begin with, perhaps not as good as the imported article, but I must say they've improved tremendously, to such an extent now that many of these new items, which we were not making previously, we not only provide for our own market today, we even export, and even to sophisticated countries. So there have been tremendous benefits. But on the other hand, I cannot deny that the economy would have expanded at a greater rate without sanctions. There are people who are trying to drag us back by our shirt tails. We lose a certain amount in the economic field because we have to normally import and export through a third party, and they all take their rake off. So this means that we export at a discount and we import at a premium. I think the main detrimental effect is that we now have a larger content of unemployment amongst our black people than we've had before. We've no unemployment among the whites. It is the black people.
Because the whites are the skilled labor pool.
Yes, there is a tremendous demand for them, and we are looking for more skilled people. But as far as the mass of the labor is concerned, we've got more of these people offering than we have jobs offering.
Now, how do you account for the fact that sanctions have not been voted against South Africa, but were voted against you, when really that when really the South African situation is far more rigid than your own in terms of
I don't think this has got anything to do with policies in the country. Sanctions were imposed on us simply because of our UDI. And the British government took us to the United Nations and said Rhodesia have misbehaved themselves. They've declared their independence. They shouldn't have declared independence, so we ask you to impose sanctions on them. It was for this reason and nothing else. Nothing to do with our policy.
If I may beg to disagree with you, having served in the United Nations very recently, I think that they would have been very glad to penalize Rhodesia on almost any pretense. If France had asked for sanctions against Algeria for declaring its independence, I can assure you the United Nations would not have voted. I think it was a fusion of UDI plus the very heavy control of the United Nations by the African bloc.
Well, you express an opinion, but I can assure you that was not the reason given by the British government when they took our case to the United Nations. That might have been the factor that motivated people to support him. But in actual fact, Britain took us to the United Nations for one reason only. We declared our independence illegally.
Well, let me ask you this. To what extent do you think that the process is reversible? I'll put it this way. Suppose day after tomorrow, you reached an agreement with Great Britain that was endorsed by Bishop Matsuriwa, and the Pierce Commission came along and authenticated it. Do you feel that you could get the Security Council to remit that vote?
Yes, this is an interesting question, and it is one that we have been into many times. We are satisfied that this would not be a real problem, and this is one of the cases where our legal advisors agree with the British legal advisors. They believe that this was done in such a way that the removal of sanctions from the United Nations could be achieved.
You mean that it would not actually come up to a vote of the Security Council?
That is correct.
That it could be done by that?
That is correct. This is because of the mechanics of the manner in which it was introduced.
I see. So, well, let me put it to you very concretely. When you met with Alec Douglas Hume in the Mediterranean, and you both initialed that document, was it understood that if it was cleared by the Pierce Commission, England would begin instantly to buy Rhodesia?
That is the position.
Without clearing it with the UN?
That is correct.
That's very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
The first and the vital step that is necessary is to legalize our position, and this can only be done by the British House of Commons.
I see. All right, let me ask you this. Has Bishop Matsuriwa outlined a program which would satisfy him?
Well, we are now in the midst of carrying out discussions, so I'm not in a position.
I don't want you to divulge any confidences, but I mean, does he have a manifesto that I can read or that you can read that says this is what we desire? Presumably it would be exaggerated, but is there a position to which he is adhered?
Yes, he has stated his case and we have stated our case, and we are now working on this position.
And his public case, does it ask for instance, an elimination of the literacy requirement?
Well, now you're now trying to get me.
No. I don't want to know. I'm not asking you about the confidential exchanges. I'm asking for his public position.
I regret to say that you won't get much out of me in this particular line, because I have always strictly adhered to my stand with the British and with anybody else, and they have endorsed this stand, that if we attempt to negotiate in public and divulge confidences, then we are going to prejudice a successful outcome of the issue, and I don't want to do that.
That's why I said I didn't want you to divulge the confidence. Well, all right, suppose you permit me then to state what Bishop Matsuriwa's stand is. I thought it would be better if you said it. His stand, as I read it in the newspapers a couple of months ago, is that he will settle for nothing less than quote, instant.
My continual advice to people, and it's the advice I give to you, is not to believe what you read in the newspapers, because I find they have very little relation to the facts which confront me.
Well, yeah, I hope I can exempt from that warning that which I write in newspapers.
Accepted.
Let me ask you then, finally, because we only have a few minutes, some broad strategic questions. To what extent has your experience here as Prime Minister of Rhodesia convinced you that the West is so much bewitched by the fashionable superstitions of the decade as to be a very unreliable partner in the long run?
Well, I'm not quite sure how to answer your question. It's a pretty complicated world that we live in, isn't it? It's an odd world in many ways. And I would say this to you. I believe we would settle our problem very quickly if the rest of the world would just leave us alone, if they would get out from under our feet. I'm surprised at the number of people who visit Rhodesia, and I include people from your own country, who invariably say to me, the happiest black faces we have ever seen in our lives we find here in your country. We don't understand what the problem is. And my reply is, well, I don't understand what the problem is either. If people would leave us alone, you can rest assured that we would come to an amicable settlement, and I believe we would all live a very happy and a peaceful life in Rhodesia. Because after all, we have got to go on living with the decisions we make, not the people outside who are so ready to advise us. If we accept their advice and everything blows up in Rhodesia, it doesn't worry them when they live 6,000 miles away. This is the greatest guarantee, I believe, that the rest of the world can have as far as our bona fides are concerned, our genuineness, and the fact that we will ensure that we make the right decision is the fact that we have got to go on living with the decisions that we make.
Yeah, but the rest of the world wonders who you refer to when you say, quote, we. If you're referring to 250,000 white people,
no, all Rhodesians. Well, I'm referring to all Rhodesians.
And that's
I repeat, if we can't work with the black people in Rhodesia, there is no future for us. I've got enough sense to realize that. I'm a practical man.
Yeah.
And I say this again to you. We have made tremendous advances and concessions to the black people in advance of what we inherited when we came in as the government about 10 years ago.
Right.
We're never given credit for this for some reason or other. The rest of the world, I believe, wants a revolution. And we have made up our minds we are not going to have a revolution. We want an evolutionary process of bringing these people on.
In connection with your anxiety to be left alone, a doctor, John Hutchinson, Professor John Hutchinson, who was recently here, gave an interview with a Washington paper a month or so ago, in which he said that Rhodesia, your government, would in fact welcome, after you had reached an agreement, some sort of a certification of it by the United States, that you would welcome our blessing. Now, isn't this an invitation to an unwanted interference?
Well,
I think he used the term, quoting you, that after it was made legal.
yes. I don't, strictly speaking, I don't recall the incident. However, let's just take it as a fact. I wouldn't try to detract from a statement that once we have got our independence, it would be very nice to know that the rest of our friends in this world have acknowledged that we have now returned to normality. This is why we want to settle this.
You mean diplomatic recognition?
Yes. We are ardent members of the free world. I believe the world is divided in two today, the free world and the non-free, or the communist world. We've always supported and fought for the free world. And we're in the incredible position today where our main enemies are our old friends, other members of the free world, namely Britain and the United States of America. And our true enemies, the communists, are just sitting by, rubbing their hands and saying, well, let them get on.
And sending arms to the terrorists.
Of course, we have got this one additional problem. We've got the communist terrorists who are now worrying us on our northern borders. But basically, our main enemies are the people who are imposing sanctions against us. I repeat, our old friends, Britain and America. You can see for yourself if you go around Salisbury today, there are no new American cars. Prior to independence, most of the cars you found in this country were American cars. The other countries in the world are supplying us with our needs, not America and Britain. So our two great friends of the past are now, today, our two greatest enemies. It's a ridiculous and an invidious position, and we'd like to get out of it.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much.
Next week, anti-Castroite Jorge Mas and foreign affairs analyst Tad Schultz join Mr. Buckley for a look at the U.S. position on Cuba. For a printed bound transcript of this program, send $1 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. That's $1 to Firing Line, Post Office Box 5966, Columbia, South Carolina 29250. This program made possible by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting.
Applying credit to account.
The major headline was that England would hold a general election. Only just under that headline in prominence in England was the electrifying news that Enoch Powell would not run for re-election. Mr. Powell gave out a statement to explain his refusal to run. What it said briefly was that he could not convincingly associate himself with the leadership of the Conservative Party by Mr. Heath. Indeed, Mr. Powell predicted that Mr. Heath would run on one set of professed convictions and proceed to manage the affairs of Britain by capitulating to the demands he was ostensibly resisting. If Mr. Heath wins, that is to say, that will not be known until later on this week. It is, by the way, a condition set by Mr. Powell that this exchange will not deal with the tactics of the pending campaign, and that it will not conclude with the usual questions posed by panelists. Mr. Powell has fascinated England for a long time. He has several constituencies. Whether they are discrete is an interesting question, which I propose to touch on. He is most widely known here for three stands he has taken over the years. The first and most inflammatory has been his stand against unlimited immigration into England of colored people. His second has been his opposition to Britain's entry into the common market. And third, and here he is well known not only in English politics but internationally, as a theorist and profound advocate of the free market, the violation of which, in Mr. Powell's opinion, is at least one of the cardinal sins of the leader of his party, Mr. Edward Heath. It has always dismayed his critics that Mr. Powell is a man of rather extraordinary achievements. He is a certified academic, a scholar of Greek, a subject he taught for several years. He reads in 10 languages. In the course of all the political hustle and bustle, he produced a while ago a definitive account of the House of Lords in the Middle Ages. If only he were untutored and illiterate. Meanwhile, speculation abounds that he is withdrawing now in the expectation of being called later to lead his country. I hope that as I question him on this point, he will not turn the question aside on the grounds that I am discussing a tactically free campaign. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Powell why he believes that, having won a mandate from the British people, if indeed he does, Mr. Heath will proceed to conclude an unsatisfactory solution to the mine workers' crisis.
Because that is inherent in the circumstances. And may I say that you offered a very intelligent paraphrase of my letter to my chairman when I said that I should not be, we say standing, you in the United States say running again for election, and that not unnaturally you somewhat personalized it, whereas from my point of view, the impossibility which I saw in front of myself was that in 1974 I should present myself to the same constituency, advocating on most of the important issues the opposite to the policies for which I had invited them to vote 4 years before. And whether it had been Mr. Heath or Mr. Smith or Mr. Jones, that would have been the same. And a more immediate possibility, and now I'm coming closer to your question, which indeed I will endeavor to answer head on. The more immediate possibility I saw was of inviting the electorate to take or to approve the stance of the moment, the stance of the government at the moment, when I knew and they knew that that stance was bound very shortly to be altered, and that indeed the political reason for having the election so suddenly and in such unusual circumstances was that it was thought to be easier, having got, if possible, a majority, having 4 or 5 years ahead instead of 1 or 1 1/4, to do something which one had been resisting doing, and to alter a policy which was itself an alteration of the underlying policy of the Tory party. Now, to be precise, the prices and incomes policy, the attempt to control inflation.
What we call wage and price control.
Wage and price control, by wage and price control, had run itself into the ground. Everybody knew that it had run itself into the ground. It was predictable that it was bound to do so. A freeze? Yes, you can have a freeze for a time. And then you say, well, what comes after the freeze? Oh, they say, we will allow everybody 4%. Well, that can go on for a time. But the world is a world of change and relativities, whether they be of miners or ministers. Are constantly altering. So you can't carry on long with 4% for everybody. And then comes the impossibility of all wage and price control. But some authority has to say exactly how much each price is to be, exactly how much each wage is to alter. Now, there's been no human machine invented which can do that, other than the free market. And so that a clash is bound to come as soon as you get to that phase between reality as everybody perceives it and the theory of wage and price control. I couldn't have predicted that it would come over the miners, but it was bound to come over some group of employees.
Well, you're making a theoretical point on which, as I guess you know, I profoundly agree. What is not clear to me, or to most Americans, is why it is predictable that the government would, on the one hand, run on a particular diagnosis of the current problems, but predictably that it would turn its back on its own diagnosis.
Oh, that's quite easy, because everyone in Parliament and in the government knows that the theoretical bankruptcy of the wage and price control is about to become a real bankruptcy, that under some form or other it has to be abandoned. This is manifest to everyone in Parliament. It must be manifest to everyone in the government.
But you would welcome this, would you not?
Of course I welcome it entirely. That's one reason why I'm not going to fight a government in defense of the very theory and policy which I have denounced at the moment when it is about to be abandoned.
Well, and that you are not at liberty here in England to run for re-election on the Conservative Party label, while disagreeing with some of the particulars of the program as elaborated by the leader of that party?
Well, of course, every candidate can, to a certain extent, emphasize some parts and underemphasize others of the party program on which he is standing. But on the fundamentals, it is surely impossible, it seems to me impossible, for a candidate at a general election to be in antithesis with the line on which the party itself is fighting.
Well, would you explain exactly how you would have been in antithesis?
Well, the election is being fought in order to obtain public support and approval for the wage and price controls, and indeed for the very point at which those wage and price controls have now arrived, so that with that authority, so it is presented, the challenge of the unions can the more successfully be repelled. Well, this is...
But isn't the public understanding that the election is being fought on the notion of resisting an inflationary increase? Or do you actually interpret the plebiscite to be a call for an endorsement of the idea of wage and price control?
Well, it's necessarily an endorsement of the whole policy which has been pursued for the last 15 months of dealing with inflation by wage and price controls, and also of the final and, I would say, dying stage at which that policy has necessarily arrived, and consequently of the government's position of confrontation with the miners' union. And I would be seen to be, on the basis of all that I've said in Parliament and outside during these last 15 months, in total antithesis. Now, that is impossible. At least it seems to me impossible.
Are you talking about an impropriety, or are you talking about something more heretical than that? If you were to say to your constituency, look, I think wage and price controls are for the birds, they're not going to work, it's a lot of witchcraft that we have to dish out.
Yeah.
However, just as I wrote you in 1970 that I have disagreements with the party, but that the alternative is too heinous to consider, therefore I choose to stand. Would this result in your being read out of the party?
Well, it wouldn't result in that. It would result in my own moral and intellectual self-destruction. After all, in 1970, I may have emphasized, I may have overemphasized certain aspects of the party's official policy. And on the European Economic Community, I was fully entitled, as the policy stood at that time, to express a view against it. The question was left open at the 1970 election. But it's without self-destruction. A man can't stand up at an election, not at least if he's going to be heard. He can't stand up and say, I disagree with the very issue on which this election is being fought. I think it's an absurdity, but nevertheless vote for me as an official Conservative candidate, because then the next question would be, you're standing as an official Conservative candidate, does this mean that you want to see a Conservative majority in the next Parliament? Well, yes, I suppose so would be the answer. So, you want to see a majority in favour of the very policy which you have been denouncing for 15, 18 months, which in speech after speech you have pointed out is absurd, and you dare to come in front of us and say, well, never mind about that, just vote me in. I couldn't do that.
Well, I can, as you phrase it, it is more a personal, intellectual, and moral problem than it is a political one. Explain to me this.
Well,
why is it that in America, which is also self-governing, it is perfectly conceivable for somebody to run for the Senate, for Congress, and say, the president has just enacted the authority, or rather used the authority given to him by Congress for wage and price controls. I don't think they're going to work, but it's better to have them administered by him, and in due course he'll grow out of it. Why would you consider yourself, if you were in America, as similarly incapacitated morally by running on a Republican platform, saying that kind of thing?
There seems to me to be a very great difference in this respect between your system and ours, in that in our system, party is not merely more important, party is of the essence. In your system, to a large extent, and of course almost wholly, it's your presidential decision which is the nearest corresponding thing to our general election, you are voting for an individual. And there's a tremendous amount, so I understand, of cross-voting in the voting for the president, and the voting for the Senate, and the voting for the House, so I understand. Now, that's impossible in this country. In this country, at a general election, the electorate is invited to say which party they wish to govern. And they do that by providing a majority of that party in the House of Commons. Therefore, it is an inconceivable contradiction to say, I'm standing as a member of that party. I therefore shall go to build up a majority, I hope, or do I hope, in the House of Commons for that party. But I disagree with the policy on which it's standing.
Well, is there a counterpart of Enoch Powell on the left in England that has the same difficulties in supporting, say, Mr. Wilson?
Well, there isn't at the moment, so far as I know. I'm sure there have been times where there was, but at the moment, and of course this is easier in opposition.
Yeah.
It is very much easier to unite in a policy which, although it has positive aspects, is seen primarily by the electorate as a reversal or a contradiction of the policy of the government in power. It's much easier to comprehend a wide spectrum of opinion. But I can't imagine that in any party it would be possible for a candidate, certainly not a candidate of any eminence or distinction or significance,
staying in
at a general election, to invite his electorate to support policies which they perfectly well knew he had consistently denounced.
Well, before we leave that point,
Yes.
let me just ask you finally, if you make it sound as though it was not only a logical decision by you, but an inevitable one, why is it that it took so many people by surprise?
I saw it as inevitable, and I think probably if people had done more thinking than it's fair to expect of them, they might have said, well, if an election is called at this moment, in view of the position which Enoch Powell has taken up, we don't see how he could stand.
But
it was most improbable until a few weeks ago that an election was even on the horizon. After all, governments don't usually call elections when their troubles are at the height and when the policies which they've been pursuing are about to run into the buffers at the end of the line. That's not usually the time of choice for calling an election. And I must confess that I myself, when the first election scare of 3-4 weeks ago, the first wave was over, I said publicly, well now, there's 15 months probably to go, and all sorts of things can change. And I had hoped that in that time we would have seen the collapse of wage and price controls, and we should have tidied them away into the political dustbin with more or less embarrassment, and that on many of the other issues too there would have been time for conservative government policies to evolve into a kind of, at any rate, tolerable agreement with the basic line of a conservative party and with the policies which we put forward in 1970. That hope has been disappointing.
Talk to me for a moment, if you will, Mr. Powell, about your retrospective view of the march of socialist sentiment, intellectual and emotional, in England. In 1970, when you were last on this program, shortly after the last election, you were mildly optimistic. You seemed to feel that many of the pretensions of socialism were being effectively challenged, and that in due course there was every expectation that sanity would be reintroduced. You seem less optimistic on this point now. Is this because the zeitgeist is unanswerable, or is this because the present leadership has not done what it might have done?
I'm never prepared to accept that you can't quarrel with the zeitgeist. The politician should never say that a trend is inevitable. It's his business to see to it that a trend, if he doesn't agree with it, is not inevitable. But I would be prepared to admit that if you wanted to make a case for the inevitability of a trend towards socialism, a very strong point that you could take up would be the fact that a conservative government which came in 1970 with a radically market philosophy, prepared to let what we called the lame ducks, the inefficient and loss-making industries fall by the way, within 2 years was introducing legislation which not merely re-echoed the legislation of a socialist party, but exceeded their delighted dreams in providing them with the powers which they would need if and when they returned to office. Now, if you like to argue, which one could, well, this shows that there is a trend that way, and whether it's a Labour government or the Conservative government, still one goes towards statism, I would see the force of it. I would still disagree. I would still wish to appeal till my dying gasp. And I would use the embarrassments of the present time as part of my case to the public to accept that that was not inevitable. On the contrary, of their own lives and the future of their country would look better if choice was more firmly planted with individuals and less concentrated with the state.
Well, in point of fact, the prescriptions for Great Britain, its way out of its current difficulties, are they easily yielded by the old classic economic texts, or are there modifications that one would need to make in virtue of the historical circumstances?
Well, let's look at the difficulties.
Yeah.
And let's start by looking at the most imminent difficulty, the clash between government and trade unions.
Yeah.
Now, in all countries, ours and others, from time to time, collective bargaining leads to a strike. But a strike, except in a nationalized industry, is not ipso facto a direct clash between strikers, citizens, and government. So that's my first point against socialism, derived immediately from the facts of the present. Here is a strike in a nationalized industry, which, because the owner of the industry, and even more the banker of the industry, is the state, becomes a clash between the employees, not and the employer. Let them sort that out. But between the employees and the government as a political thing.
So that's an argument against nationalization.
Yes, and secondly, we are seeing in this clash the consequence of a state having taken responsibility for fixing prices and wages. For it is the fact that the government has said, in our discretion, on our arbitrary will and interpretation, 16.5%, or whatever it may be, is what you are going to have, and for more you may neither strike nor bargain. It is for that reason that, even granted that this is a nationalized industry, the clash is so direct and brutal between a trade union which is acting entirely in accordance with the law, which has not broken any law, recent or long-standing. A clash between such a union and the government, in which the government is inviting at a general election, with my disapproval, the public to align itself on one side or the other.
Well, suppose the coal had not been nationalized and that there was a strike.
Yes.
What would have been the role of the government, in your opinion, under those circumstances, to protect the public from the ravages of it?
Follow it through.
Yeah.
In the first place, it is obviously the duty of the government to ensure that the essential life of a community is carried on.
Right.
We have such powers, and the government would have public support in using them, even if that meant using the army to move supplies and to keep ports open and so on. We've done that before, we should do it again. But look at what comes next. Here is a clash between the employees and the employers. The employees believe that the employers can pay more. The employers say, sorry chaps, we can't pay anymore. Well, they both know that there is a point at which they have to settle. Strike or no strike. The employees know that there is a point beyond which, if they push it, they will push themselves out of work, and where the union will be discredited in the eyes of its own members. But in a nationalized industry, they always know that the political decision of government is there to print more money, to borrow more money, to provide more money.
Yes, of course, but the Arab sheiks have just finished
showing that where there is an inelastic demand, there practically is no limit, as long as one could pass the cost along to the consumer. Suppose the coals mines had been privately owned,
Yes.
and they had asked for 33%.
Yes.
And yielding to force majeure, the producers have said, okay, and they just ran the cost of coal up.
On the contrary, the producers would have known that if they pay, and so would the miners, if they were going to pay 33% more, a good many of the less productive coal fields would have to be closed down, that production would have to be concentrated where a profit would still be shown, the price would go higher, the demand would fall, and all the relativities would alter. The men who lead the unions are not fools. They understand their supply and demand economics perfectly well. After all, that's what they live by. And their business is to find the best meeting point in the marketplace between the power of the market, the power of consumer demand, supply and demand, and the power of collective bargaining.
So
but everything is altered when the state is the owner.
So, well, are you saying that there is in England a historic record of exorbitant demands by publicly owned companies and industries?
What I am saying is that
compared to privately owned.
I'm certainly saying that the damaging clashes between state and citizen, this is almost a tautology, have occurred in those industries which, because they are nationalized, everyone knows are financed by the state, by the taxpayer, and where therefore the decision, which is otherwise a commercial decision, to say at this point we will face a strike, or we will give 5% but we won't give 10%, is not a commercial decision at all, but is a political decision.
Well, how do you how do you handle, say, demands for wage increases by policemen? Let's say something which is not easily denationalized. How do you apply your theory to in such a way as to ensure that you have moderation there?
In this way, and there's no mystery about it. The state decides how many policemen of what qualities and qualifications it wants. Now, it can't decide at what price they will be forthcoming. Not yet. The machine guns in Siberia are not yet available. So there are so many other openings open to those who might go into the police that the government, the state, the employer of the police has got to pay the market rate for getting men in the numbers it requires, the quality it requires, under the conditions which are offered to do that job. It cannot vary that price.
All of this we recognize, but this is not an argument. This is an analysis that would apply equally to mining coal. I'm saying, what is it that prevents, say, all of the policemen from getting together and asking for an exorbitant increase under the threat of a strike? Do you have any laws in England that prevent this from happening?
I think probably not. I would not be absolutely certain.
So there is a vulnerability there that is pre-socialist in origin.
Oh,
since
indeed, because it
it
is a public service. Indeed, you can carry your argument further and say, what is it prevents the soldiers in the army from mutinying and saying we want 50% more pay? And the answer is that the market is understood by everyone to determine what has to be paid to get a certain number of soldiers voluntarily, professional soldiers, to get a certain number of policemen. And immediately the state begins to underpay, it can't recruit. And the electors say, look what's happening to our army. Recruiting's running down. And the citizens start to say, what's happening to our city? The police force is diminishing. And so whoever maintains the police force, for most of our police forces are local, has speedily to put the rate up to the point at which they can voluntarily recruit the necessary numbers. But be it added that the job of a soldier and the job of a policeman is such that those who go into it voluntarily accept, and it is part of the attraction of those employments that you do voluntarily accept that your price is not going to be determined by collective bargaining against an employer, though it is going to be adequately safeguarded by the supply and demand for the service which you're offering.
Yeah,
There's
well,
no real mystery about
that. That
this.
didn't work with the post office, for instance, here a couple of years ago. How long was that strike?
No, I would hardly say that a post office employee regards his calling in the same light as a policeman, still less as a soldier.
Well, there was a great esprit de corps in
America,
or at least traditionally has been, among the
yes,
people who live the post.
What was happening there was basically that the government was saying, you are mistaken if you think that